Can you go to the, yeah. Yeah, this is very common in Africa and in other countries. Europe, football is very popular. And Zimbabwe, in South Africa, I cannot say a lot about this. You know, we've got a lot of players who played in South Africa, and some are even playing right now. And we also hear of other players who are going to be promoted very soon into the Premier League. So we've been producing players and making this whole thing quite exciting. Let's move quickly with the slide. Let's go to the next year. So this is basically the history of our Premier Soccer League. In 1992, it's autonomous. We've got 18 in our league. Our headquarters is here in Eastleigh. And I cannot talk a lot about that party because it's quite embarrassing from 1992 up to today, which I really appreciate that we are having this meeting, because without infrastructure, we are nothing. We are renting offices, and it's something that we are working on, but I'm happy to say that we have managed to secure a piece of land for our headquarters as the Premier Soccer League, because a league is defined with its infrastructure status, which is our biggest problem at the moment. Maybe it's also going to help the facilitators in capacity building, so that as we leave this place, we'll be different and we'll start working on our infrastructure at that level, that is at the Premier Soccer League. Can you, right, this is basically the introduction. We're talking about our Premier Soccer League. We are an affiliate of that World League Forum. Can you move quickly? I only have 5 minutes. Right, this is the PSO vision. Can you move quickly? Oh, is that side? Okay, sorry. So maybe I'm looking at the wrong side. That's why you're being slow. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. This one, I want to talk a bit about the mission. This is our product. This is what we have, right? The PSL, we are the elite football organization in this country, which is the Premier Soccer League. And the PSO brand, we benefit from all those other stakeholders and our programs and activities which we run throughout the country. Can you move to the next page? So these are the values of the Premier Soccer League. On top is integrity. Integrity is on top, is very key. Let me give you a quote from one of the scholars, which says, "Show me an organization with integrity, I'll show you undisputed success," which means integrity equals to success. So we value issues of integrity a lot in the Premier Soccer League, but without integrity, there's no success. So these are the values of the Premier Soccer League. Stand for what we believe in. Correct, we move, and we move like that. So this is a very key value which we value as the Premier Soccer League, because without integrity, there's no success to talk about. And I think this league, to some extent, we've done very well because of the integrity which has been exhibited by the PSL leadership, which I would like to applaud these guys that we've got a league which is being played today, competitive league to that extent. You can right. So those are the strengths. Why we had to come up with this slide, but these are the aspects which is now going to help us from our facilitators to help us unlock value. Because capacity building, we are being capacitated so that when you come out of this room, we'll be different, and we are going to change our organizations, we are going to change our clubs. It's also going to help the Premier Soccer League to a large extent, to the way we do business, the way they do their things. So these are some of the strengths which the Premiership possesses, which we would want also our facilitators to look at, to see, and everyone in the room. Yes, it is quite a big brand. Under the circumstances, we are proud that even during the COVID, we were able to renew our contract with Kasolaga. It was at a time where we were on a risk that they could have pulled out easily to say, no, there's no football to talk about. So it's quite an attractive brand in this country, the Premier Soccer League. And it's also, that can also be confirmed by this gathering, where we have got ZTN as our partners and SuperSport. I hope they are going to then expand their relationship with the Premier Soccer League. That's something which we are praying for. We are quite an attractive brand in this country, right? And all those are other strengths which one can ride on to then unlock value for their particular organizations, or it could be the sponsors. If you look at all those strengths, one can easily ride on those ones. I'm sorry, Master of Ceremony, I think I should have been allocated 10 minutes or 15 minutes but anyway, I'll try to move quickly. Right, and all those are the opportunities which the Premier Soccer League possesses, which one can easily ride on and unlock value. Right? Can we move to the next? And all these are the opportunities which the Premier Soccer League, yes. Yeah. This year, sorry.
I'm catching a flight.
Oh, all right, yes. Mr. Chairman.
I have to check in by 10 minutes.
Okay. No, it was great having you here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt him, but I have a flight to catch. Otherwise, I would be wearing a suit and a tie like him.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for organizing this workshop. Let's give him a round of applause as he leaves the room. It's very, very important. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So, right. So these are the opportunities. We are trying to be quick so that we manage time. We need to give a lot of time to our facilitators who are going to help us today. Right, so these are the Premier Soccer League clubs at the moment. Because they always change, because at the end of every year, 4 of those teams, they will be out of the league. But we want that legacy to live on. Our Highlanders, ZPC, Kariba, this is not the log standing as it stands at the moment. So I don't want you guys to be worried about why are we there, because Highlanders is on top, but we had to put them in alphabetical order. Right, so these are the competitions which we have at the moment, and they are sponsored. We have got one sponsor. One thing which makes us very happy to have this workshop and this endorsement by SuperSport. It's an endorsement to some extent, to a great extent rather. We would want to increase the number of sponsors, and if you look at all those cups, they are being sponsored by one organization. Of course, they've got various business units which we are seeing there, but it's basically one management on top. So yeah, so this is the structure of our Premier Soccer League. We have got a board of governors who come from all those clubs, and the chairman, who is non-executive, agents committee, which make decisions between meeting congresses, and our secretariat, which is headed by the airboard chief executive officer, Mr. Kenny Ndebele there. And these are the judicial bodies. I think it was very important for the facilitators to have this information so that when they are now helping us, they will be having an appreciation of the state of our football and the structure and all those aspects which are very, very critical. Let's move to the next slide. Thank you. Yeah, so you cannot only talk of the strength and all those without talking of the challenges which we have. State of our football, we've got all those challenges Our infrastructure, the infrastructure which you have in this country needs to be revisited and make sure that they live up to the current status, world status. So these are the issues which we have. Lack of funds to build our offices. We hope after this meeting we will now be able to come up with a solution on how to put up now a very nice piece of building on the land which we have as our offices. The effects, we still feel the effects of COVID-19, but I'm very happy that our funds, they are coming more to watch our matches at the moment. Lack of resources for training of administrators. That's why we really appreciate this gesture by the ZT and SuperSport to then fork out their resources. This should be made very clear to make sure that they put up this workshop whereby our people are trained in the process of capacity building. It's training them. It's a training workshop. And thank you very much, SuperSport CEO, for giving us all that time. Then there's also an issue of FIFA suspension. It's a huge challenge because we need our clubs to be participating on the continental stage. Right now, COSAFA is being played, and this weekend we are glued to television watching the qualifications for the. Yeah, you can go to the next page. Yeah, so this is in a nutshell the status of our football, which we thought we need to appreciate as we move with this workshop, and we all have an appreciation of why the ZTN team there to come up with this program to capacitate us, capacity building, as we leave this place at individual level, at organization level, and as the leaders of the Premier Soccer League. We should be different. Master of Ceremony, I thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Farai. Farai is the Premier Soccer League chairman. You forgot to say, so this is why I'm saying vote for me. All right, so the chairman was talking about what the PSL stands for and the things they want to do. What really excited me is that you guys have now got a piece of land that you want to build. And I think it's something that a lot of the governors here would really want to see happening, so that you have a home of your own, where people will come and they know they will feel at home. Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Now I'm going to ask Duncan Ellison to come to the podium. I know we've been talking about football and when the Premier Soccer League started back in 1993, but football in the new independent Zimbabwe started back in 1980. And I was still a very young boy. And Duncan, you were playing then. But what I don't understand, Duncan, is why people called you Zico. Because the Zico that I know was an attacking midfielder. And you were a goalkeeper. Maybe you might be able to tell us, you know, where that came from. Duncan Ellison, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests and representatives from DSTV. I see a few faces here that I know. I'd just like to say, back in the 80s, 80 to 86, you know, we used to have those stadiums full. Rufaro was packed. And that is something that we need to really get back to. We've got to get the fans, as Tommy was saying. A lot of people are afraid to take their families there today. But I was at a game the other day with Charlie, with Caps, and you could start to see the crowds are starting to come back. The days when I played, we had some great players. One is here, Charlie Jones, Sticks Matiza, Joel Shambo, Friday Piri, Sheckman, Stanley and Duma. All these great players they used to give their best. We used to train at places like Zimbabwe grounds, which was absolutely just sand and hard. And after every training, you used to come off with grazes and bumps. But we got through it. And we had great sponsors in those days. For Caps United, we had Caps Holdings, which when we started playing in Africa, we traveled throughout the country. And various other teams also had their sponsors. Not all of them, but various teams that have their sponsorships. As everybody says, it's only 3 minutes up here, so I'm not going to take all your time. I think there's a lot more important things to discuss. But I'd just like to wish the PSL chairman and his committee, if they really can, and I'm sure they will, get all the sponsorship they need, and let's make Zimbabwe football great again. Thank you very much. The Zico bid came along. We were training at Guanzura for some African Cup game. And in those days, we used to take shooting practice. So if I was in goals, then you got a bit tired, then Stephen Chisango would go in. And in that time, then I would go and take shots as well. And 9 times out of 10, I scored a lot more than Charlie Jones did. So I think it was Sticks who came up with the name, Zico. And that's actually how it stuck. That's how I became Zico. From the training ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Duncan. Now we understand why they called you Zico. At least it was just for the training ground. Oh. So, and it's good for you, to take us down memory lane during your heyday. And my wish is one of the clubs here will be able to adopt Zimbabwe grounds and, spruce it up so that they avoid the bumps and the bruises that you were talking about. And maybe they will just hear about the grass bins and all that. But my wish is one of these teams will be able to adopt it and make it their own. Yeah. All right. I'm going to call upon Tando Pakumeni. He is the Super Sports Senior Manager for Africa. And it's good that you guys are here. And this is the Kaswalaga Premier Soccer League.
Thanks so much, Howard. So I think I'm going to start off by saying the job that I do, it affords me the privilege to travel far and wide in Africa. But what I find is that with African people that I meet in every single country, we're all very similar in our values. We're all very similar in the way we treat each other. So as a Xhosa man from deep in the Eastern Cape, I don't know if you guys know where that is. I'm going to start off by saying, ndize phambi kwenu, ndizithobile, ndize ngembeko, ndibulisa ngokuhle. Which loosely translates is that I come before you in humility, I come before you in gratitude. Because I look around the room and some of us I think are still young. Some people aren't calling me young anymore, but I think I'm quite still young. But you look around the room and you find people that have paved the way for you, for us to do what we do now. So I thank all of you, and I thank the PSL chairman. Thank you, sir, for being here. I thank your organization for affording us the opportunity to come in front of you. I thank the Zim Papers chairman in his absence. Mr. Duncan Ellison, it's very nice to meet you. And I thank you for allowing us to be here. And I also thank PSL reps, clubs, every one of you for allowing us to come here, because we're not coming here saying we know it all. We do not know it all. In fact, what we're doing here is a collaborative session with all of you, and we encourage you guys to please participate as Stan goes through the crux of the matters. But even in the Premier Soccer League at home, yes, you find the Soweto Derby. Soweto Derby is jam-packed. That's where it's like, okay, this is the pinnacle, this is the peak of South African football. But not all the stadiums are full. So we're still trying to learn as well. But I think in terms of commercial viability, there are a lot of things that we have gotten right. And there are a lot of things that we can work on together to get to a place where the Zimbabwe product is also commercially viable, which is a very, very key step. Lastly, I would like to thank Stan for being here. I think if I was here by myself, I could do it well, but nowhere near as well as he's going to do it. He comes with a wealth of institutional knowledge that he's developed over decades and decades of work, not just in SA, but across the whole continent. So, Stan, thank you for being here. We look forward to engaging with everything that you're going to take us through today. And yes, I think just to emphasize, I encourage everyone to just be collaborative. It's not a session for Stan to just talk. It's more that we also need to learn from you and collaborate in finding the right answers. Thanks, Howard.
Thanks, Stando. Just a few housekeeping issues. Can we please put our phones on silent? Thank you for that. So before Stan comes, I think we're just going to take a quick break. There's tea outside. Let's do this in about, 10 to 15 minutes? Then we're back, and Stan can then take us through what he's prepared for us. So yeah, anyone tea outside? And let's just do this real quick.
game lets us dream and live that dream in someone else's shoes. And dreams are what keeps us alive. Keep dreaming with the Castle Lager Premier Soccer League. Bora Redu, March to December, live on ZTN Prime.
My father used to say that the poorest man is not one without money, but the one without friends, which is why I could entrust him with ensuring that all my friends were there on my wedding day.
Consider it done, son.
Dad, this is not everyone on my list.
I invited all those people on your list. I didn't call it a wedding. I told them that you were in serious need of their help and that we would gather here today to see how we can help you. And these are the people that showed up. Now go on and celebrate with your true friends.
The taste of true friendship. It all comes together with a castle.
Buckle up and prepare to be taken on a riveting journey, unlocking the very best of Zimbabwe. Architecture and interior design, art and entertainment, people, products, produce, the great outdoors, hidden gems, and so much more. Experience the good life from the comfort of your home. Only on C'est La Vie. Mondays at 6:30 p.m. on ZTN Prime, DSTV channel 294.
Welcome to Chew On, the show that links people, food and culture whilst giving you a diverse culinary experience.
Pure ingredients, wholesome, vibrant and earthy dishes. When you get all the elements together, it all sings. That's what Zimbabwean food is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chew On.
The world's most beautiful game, and we do that in depth. And today our topic is
Following the story.
What is happening on Zimbabwe's roads? How did we get here? Through red robots. Basically break every road rule under the sun.
So nini ndakadhakwa nembanje dzangu ndikaenda kuchipatara daunorapa kana handibatsiri asi ndikazvishaya tega aiwa.
Deeper analysis.
So, are you ready and prepared if violence rears up?
Jacob Mafume's party has taken hostage of them.
The videos are there.
Do not be drawn into the debate of discussing issues that are subjective. He said when he grows up, he would like to be like me.
Just to put you in the...
Good evening and welcome to the program. Just to break the ice, what is ZINEF's mandate?
To promote media freedom.
And money matters.
Coming up, Tanganda Limited is set to bring online a macadamia processing plant.
Now, Zimbabwe Stock Exchange listed company Seedco Limited has resolved to suspend indefinitely its proposal.
Every week on ZTN Prime.
Makadimu Zimbabwe salamu letu wapita mwenu katika express na kuma nchi ni mwana Nzambe mwana Belabela mwana Pikoko te wapo mwaranda shiriko kuna paumo konzi right muri Zimbabwe ndakuziisa kuti ZTN Prime yakuwanikwa pa channel 294 pa DSTV. Thank you so much. Peace out.
Whether suspects will escape the net, that is the question. Wasting no time, I fastened my seatbelt and headed to where it all happened. It's also alleged that he got a kitchen knife and sack at his mother's home and went back to slice the corpse into pieces. 3 tiny sets of prints were visible. In manufacturing, group chief executives in the upper quartile are earning $7,200 or the Zimbabwe dollar equivalent. They also get to drive an SUV and a Mercedes-Benz of their choice. In just 3 weeks, the prices of goods and services have jumped 3-fold, and citizens are asking questions.
Diplomatic Passport every Sunday at 7 p.m.
DJ on the move is for all board. Live on ZTN Prime TV evanu. Padagu inonaka evanu. Matina tangira kutoka. Dude, pa ZTN na tokuridire song ipi mimi.
Emambo diterere. Matino tangira kutsoka.
Tenet manyo. Shakata.
Yes.
Bolato. Kwa bolato makainzwa kupi koko. Neni. Go pane nubu boys dangu. Ayo ama one.
It is a real puzzle how crystal meth has made its way into communities and continues to ravage the youth. This is where it all begins. Is enough focus being put on mental health?
I feel
like I've got a word for somebody. Life, just as we all know it, is full of emotions. Hakuna kana game one, where in 90 minutes you can be able to fully express yourself, like football. Was a spec side. If our favorite player scores, hi boy, jubilation. But if they miss, if the referee makes a very bad decision, we are so disheartened. If our team loses, go on and on and on and on. But simply put, football is 90 minutes of pure emotion.
Let your emotions run wild with the Castle Lager Premier Soccer League. Bora Redu, live on ZTN Prime.
Everything that I said, I meant it. A lot of things happened. I've been appreciated by the people, but I've also been loved by the people. There's the art and there's the artist. Welcome to the reality. Welcome to Mukudej's summer's life. And it starts now.
Right, guys, this is your guy Ja Praiser. Catch ZTN Prime on DSTV channel 294 Icho, Ogwizi,
My sister, she needs me. She's still out there.
I followed your friend from work yesterday.
You did what?
Have you ever seen a dead body?
What?
Kay had to put it in the trunk.
Kari, you don't know who these people are.
It feels organized, too connected. It's like a syndicate. There's no evidence, no body, nothing.
Farai, you need to pick your fights wisely. Stop! Get on the ground now!
But you can't tell anyone because Kay will probably come for you.
Hello and welcome to The Mint. I'm Andy Hodges. This is ZTN Prime broadcasting to you.
So when COVID came...
Welcome back. You're watching The Mint live on ZTN Prime. I'm Eben Mabunda.
Wake up, sit up, and get ready to feel the rush of everyday break on Morning Rush. 6 a.m. weekdays on ZTN Prime. Get the latest news, what's trending on the streets and on social media. Quick explore of some sporting buzz, weather report, traffic updates, and of course, a hot cup of entertainment and some fun. Now, that's how you start your day. Each day, every day, with The Rush, only on Morning Rush.
Right. Unomkana manje wona uziviti muri muZimbabwe hle ZTN DS channel 294 ZTN yakubatika ipapo saka manake ekuti munongochuna chete pa 294 pa DS makutoona chi ZTN ipapo ta pamakutoona chi pa programs ese avana kupenyura evaimbi venyu nemaprograms akasiyana akati one day zvapo ipapo wamuona nyore muzwa nyore mufamba nyore uchitarisa uchi pa ZTN channel 294 pa DS.
Welcome to it. If you're just joining us, are you still tuned into the week and set up? And you know what happens here? We give you nothing but the hottest stuff.
Tell me more.
Welcome to the comment section. That is heavy responsibility.
In Zimbabwe.
Right now, it's happening, yeah.
Whether you are a kid or an old man. Football gives you an equal opportunity to live the dream. This beautiful game lets us dream and live that dream in someone else's shoes. And dreams are what keeps us alive. Keep dreaming with the Castle Lager Premier Soccer League. Bora Redu, March to December, live on ZTN Prime.
My father used to say that the poorest man is not one without money, but the one without friends, which is why I couldn't trust him with ensuring that all my friends were there on my wedding day.
Consider it done, son.
Dad, this is not everyone on my list.
I invited all those people on your list. I didn't call it a wedding. I told them that you were in serious need of their help and that we would gather here today to see how we can help you. And these are the people that showed up. Now go on and celebrate with your true friends.
The taste of true friendship. It all comes together with a castle.
Buckle up and prepare to be taken on a riveting journey, unlocking the very best of Zimbabwe. Architecture and interior design, art and entertainment, people, products, produce, the great outdoors, hidden gems, and so much more. Experience the good life from the comfort of your home. Only on C'est La Vie. Mondays at 6:30 p.m. on ZTN Prime, DSTV channel 294.
Welcome to Chew On, the show that links people, food and culture whilst giving you a diverse culinary experience.
Pure ingredients, wholesome, vibrant and earthy dishes.
When you get all the elements together, it all sings. That's what Zimbabwean food is all about.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chew On.
The world's most beautiful game, and we do that in depth. And today our topic is
Following the story.
What is happening on Zimbabwe's roads? How did we get here? We see red robots basically break every road rule under the sun.
So inini ndakadhakwa nembanje dzangu ndikaenda kuchipatara ndaunorapwa kana handibatsiri
asi ndingazvishate.
Everyone, my name is Ricky Zililo, senior sports reporter with Zim Papers.
Hi everyone, my name is Robson Sharuko. I work for Zim Papers at H Metro.
Morning everyone, my name is Zweli Ketabantu Spanda and I work for Sky's Metro FM.
Morning everyone, I am Cosmas Zindoga, ZPC Football Club chairperson.
Morning everyone, my name is Chad Botsa, ZPC Football Club.
Thank you guys.
Morning ladies and gentlemen, my name is Juta Chuma, chairman for Chicken in FC.
Hi everyone, my name is Owen Sango, club administrator for Manika Diamonds FC.
Morning. My name is Jafet from Greenfield Football Club.
Good morning, everyone. My name is
Mango, CEO ya DFC.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Mapika Manwa. I'm the CEO of Ngezi Platinum Stars.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ronald Moyo, the CEO for Islanders Football Club.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not a CEO. I am yes. I am the marketing and communications officer for Chicken Inn Football Club.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patient Dube, Greenfield Administrator.
At least you've got somebody here who's not a CEO.
Morning, everyone. My name is Isaiah Mfruta, Chairman for Simbapura.
Thank you, Isaiah.
I am Kufandiko Caesar, Simbapura Marketing Manager.
My name is Kumbulani Mbano, Club Administrator, Wange FC.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Reginald Pukuta, the Vice Chairman for Wange Football Club.
Good morning, everyone. Masango Ketworth, H Metro.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Mandigora, our Chief's Administration.
Thank you, Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Kwaramba, Herentals FC.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Fitzpander, Executive Chairman of Islanders Football Club.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Spongbukosis Kali, Shesham FC.
Good morning. Spongbukosis is the Shesham FC, a club administrator. I'm Ebenezer Ziva, Vice President, Corporate, Shesham Football Club.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Kalawo, sports reporter for NRTV.
Good morning. My name is Rizin Segeremo. I'm a sportscaster with 98.4 FM Midlands, AB Communications.
Morning. Madumbo Finance, Rendaus FC CEO.
And Abanema CEO of Finance.
Good morning, team. My name is Larry Treseda, ZBC News Sports Editor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ted Yasmanya, sports reporter with the Herald.
Hi, everybody. My name is Andy Hodges. I'm with ZTN Prime, Head of Business, and used to be Caps United Chairman. Go Caps United, right?
Good morning. My name is Kalista Chikanya, ZBC Marketing.
Good morning. My name is Alwin Munatswa, ZBC.
Gives you an equal opportunity to live the dream. This beautiful game lets us dream and live that dream in someone else's shoes. And dreams are what keeps us alive. Keep dreaming with the Kasolaga Premier Soccer League. Bora Redu, March to December, live on ZTN Prime.
Salibonani, Mangwanani, Dumelang. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gordon. I'm the young man who used to emulate Duncan Ellison. I am with Zim Papers.
Morning, everyone. I'm Everson Jatambuza, Yada FC Chairman.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Morton Dodzo, Caps United Admin Manager. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may be allowed to dispose of my introduction while standing. My name is Jonathan Mashengaidze. I'm CEO for the club which has the bragging rights in terms of Zimbabwean football. Bragging rights in respect of having won a record 21 titles since 1963. A club that exported a player to Portugal, to Braga, in the 60s. A club whose son, George Shire, the late George Shire, is a record 5-time holder of Soccer Star of the Year award, which was incepted in 1969. A club, again, which was one of the teams from Southern Africa, which went all the way to the finals against ASEC Mimosa in 1998, and a club with the largest following in terms of radio and television. Thank you very much. Dynamos.
Dimbare. My name is Moses Maunganidze, Chairman at Dynamos Football Club.
My name is Colonel Melus Shumba, Chairman Black Rhinos.
We are Cremon Bullets, the team that is bringing excitement to the PSL. And for the record, we are beating every big team in the league. That one which you haven't beaten, they are like, we'll meet them very soon. I'm Colonel Douglas Guite, Chairman Cremon Bullets.
My name is Leonard Msariri, Chairman Gaves Platinum Stars. Good morning, everybody.
I'd also disperse my introduction as the Charlie Jones CEO, biggest team in the country, Caps United. I don't know where Jonathan getting his history and his ego from, but we will sort them out this year.
Thanks, Charlie. Thank you, everyone. Stan, I think now you've got a fairly good idea of who's who in the room. And for Jonathan and Moses, you didn't have to say anything after Jonathan. You were just supposed to say, I'm Dynamos. No, thank you. Let's clap hands for our facilitator, Stan Matthews.
Good morning. In absentia to the chairman that opened the meeting, Mr. Sitoli, to our chairman of the league, Farai, thank you very much for your introduction to Zimbabwe football and for your leadership. Kennedy and Debele, the last time I was in Zimbabwe was 2016 for a workshop. And the biggest thing that's changed is Kennedy's put on some weight. He was 10 kilos lighter like me. We were both 10 kilos lighter. So it's very nice for me to be here, to the members of the media, to ZTN for facilitating, and for all the club representatives, and for the members of the broader media that aren't with ZTN. I think it's a real pleasure for me to be back in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is very special to us as South Africans. I don't have to tell you the relationship between the two countries, the amount of Zimbabweans that we have in South Africa, in every sphere of life, especially in football. In my journey in football, I signed a young Zimbabwe player in 1999 called Caetano Tembo at SuperSport United. I've been there for 24 years. He came through the ranks. He retired at me in 2006. He became my under-13 coach in the academy, and then the under-15 coach, under-17 coach, under-19 coach, assistant coach, and in 2019 he became head coach at SuperSport United. He won his first trophy, the MTN 8, with the club. And I think for me that speaks a lot about the progression and the pathway that's available in football. And that was afforded to somebody like Caetano to come through at SuperSport United from being a player until being, the biggest boss in the club. And I'm very proud of our relationship with him. When I first joined SuperSport United, Bruce Grobela was the coach, also Zimbabwean, and probably just beats Charlie Jones as the biggest Zimbabwean drinker I've ever met live. In my life. And he was a lot of fun, Bruce. Unfortunately, our working relationship didn't last as long as I would have liked, but our relationship with Zimbabwe is strong and deep. And in my club right now, I've got Omniso Bashira. He's 38 in the shade, but still playing at me, and will definitely move into my academy as a coach when he's finished playing. He's been my captain last season for his qualities on and off the field, his fighting spirit, his dedication, his discipline, his work ethic. Even at 38 right now, he's probably top 3 in fitness in the club. And I think that epitomizes what we see as South Africans as the spirit of Zimbabwe. Hardworking, honest, good people that can come and fit into any organization and structure and stay for a long time. And that's why even some of the guys that have had problems off the field, you'll have read last year, Mahachi was with me, George Chigova's with me, Washington Arubi's been with me, Evan Riziki was with me. I've literally had dozens and dozens of Zimbabweans playing for my club and enriching themselves and hopefully their families through football. So, you know, when I stand in front of you today, it's not just to come and discuss one-dimensional elements around football. I'm going to try and give you a lot of sprinklings of stuff, and just by show of hands, which of you was around for my workshop in 2016? There must be one or two survivors. None? No survivors? Just Kennedy? Okay, it's good to see. Two people in the room that were here 7 years ago, and I think my point on saying that is that, and you heard from Charlie and my good friend from Dynamos, and I think it's one of the most important points of everything that I'm going to say today, is that football, with respect, we can't lean anymore on the past because the world has changed. And the thinking of big brands, when I was here 7 years ago, I never heard of Ngezi. FC Platinum was just starting out. I think Chicken Inn was even a young brand at that stage. And now you come back 7 years later and you see that the traditional Highlanders, Caps and Dynamos, that monopoly, that stronghold, the power base of Zimbabwe football is changing. And it's not only about the big brands in football, because we have the same challenge in South Africa. Because the big brands, we've got 3 big brands as well in Chiefs, Pirates and Sundowns. Those are our big brands, and the other 13 clubs in the league are really all trying to play to be number 4, which is okay. Not everybody can win, and in my personal journey in my football club, as I said, I've been 24 years at SuperSport United Football Club. But more than that, for the group, for SuperSport International, I'm working in 9 territories in Africa. So Nigeria, Ghana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, all territories that are working with SuperSport on the African continent. So I want to today try and share with you not only the South African experience, because as much it's important to share it. There's a lot of commonalities we have. There's also a lot of differences we have. And sometimes the comparison is much better for me to compare you with other leagues in Africa where the challenges are very similar. Because it's not, I'm definitely not coming here to do a cut and paste on a South African model. What I think is important for every territory is to find the thing that fits for you. So I can talk about principles, which I'll talk about. I'll talk about football, and I'll talk about the commercial side, because beyond being CEO of the club, for the group, my role is really more on the sport and commercial side in terms of brand, in terms of sponsorship, in terms of commercial viability, to make sure that there's enough sponsored products. The chairman said very well earlier about competitions and things being sponsored, and your reliance perhaps on one sponsor or one brewery, etc., where I think the vibrancy or the edge that South African football has is because we've got the MTN as a sponsor, and Nedbank as a sponsor, and Carling Black Label as a sponsor, and DSTV as a sponsor. So when you've got multiple levels of sponsorship, your product is a lot stronger. So we're going to go through some stuff today. I'm going to throw a lot of things at you so you can make notes. There's no way that today can be a one-size-fits-all and the end of the story. Hopefully this is just the beginning of the journey. And if the ZTN guys see any value in the workshop that we've had today, or we can even try together to work towards having more sponsored events like this, because I think it's absolutely critical that the blending in this room, it was very fitting for me that the chairman opened the meeting The chairman is with Zimbabwe newspapers. My chairman back in South Africa, Mr. Kulu Subia, was the editor of the City Press, if you know the City Press newspaper. He comes from a strong print background, and also an earlier generation where it's been a blessing for me to be able to learn from my elders, and to be able to try and be a bridge between that generation and the very many young, fresh, vibrant faces that I see in the room who will be much more technology savvy than me and will be a lot more in with the digital age and the young consumer of today. Because we're talking to a different market now than we were talking in 1969. And I think all of us, especially in television, we want a strong Dynamos, and we want a strong Highlanders, and we want a strong Caps, that those three institutional, historical, powerful teams from Zimbabwe make sure that they stay relevant and that they don't let the young ones and all the ones with the woman CEO, because if you rewind 10 years, you couldn't find a woman CEO in football. And today, women are coming powerful into the game and doing an unbelievable job. And I want to take my hat off to the CEO of Ngezi and give her a round of applause in a very strong male dominated industry historically, and in Africa more so. In Africa more so because of our tradition and where we come from as Africans. We don't always share the global view of the empowerment of women and the respect and the elevation and the promotion of women in leadership positions. And I think it's very important as we see the growth of women's game to recognize that if you're not involving and really integrating women into club football, you're losing half your market and you're going to lose half your sponsorship. And guess what? Out in this corporate commercial space right now, more than 50% of the marketing directors and sponsorship managers are women. So it's a time for fresh thinking, and I hope that we can have some fresh thinking today and that I can share some good things with you and make some progress. So we're going to fly into the content. It'll be in two parts. We'll do part one before the minister gets here, and then part two after lunch, where it's a real test to see who stays awake. Then we'll do some interesting stuff after lunch. But essentially, the program, we're going to have a little bit of introduction stuff. We're going to talk about some media management. We're going to talk about building strong brands. Chairman was strong about the strength of the brand, and I want to challenge you in some of the ways as to how do you test how strong is your brand really, and is it strong, or is, you know, as part of the vision and what we say, is it really strong? Because the values that the chairman put up, which were the most important things, starting with integrity, etc., those values, they get tested, and we get tested under pressure. So let's test today how strong is our brand, how good's our integrity, how much is our determination, what steps do we need to take to go to the next level in Zimbabwe football. So I'm going to start straight away. You see, I'm showing you Kennedy was 10 kilos lighter. But it's the leadership of football. You mentioned the leadership, Chair. You said about organizations being strong. You said about individuals being strong. And I know that today there will be a dozen individuals in the room that really leave here empowered because they came with a purpose. Other guys will still be on their phones, SMSing their 3 girlfriends on their 2 phones. But for the people who apply themselves and really put it in today, I'm hoping that we can build individuals and thereby build organizations. But the most important thing and what we wanted to achieve today was make an impression on leadership. Because if you're in the room, it means you're a leader in your club in whatever shape. You don't have to be a CEO like my friend over there. He's not a CEO, but he's a marketing manager, he's an influencer, he's a role model, he's a leader in the football club. And each and every one of you fulfill that in your clubs, whether it's formal leadership or informal leadership. Sometimes we put so much emphasis on the formal leadership, but it's actually the informal leaders in your club who are driving the culture, who are driving the values, who are they're the glue that keeps the club together. And we need to make sure that we today, I've done this presentation to focus on leadership and thinking and how to think differently. I would be very sad if I left you today and I didn't make an impression on you on how to think differently and what steps you can do to do differently. Obviously, we've spoken about your clubs, your 18 clubs. It's not a time for me to discuss the structure of your league, Chairman, but I'm just putting my hand up to say I'm very anti 4 up, 4 down in any league of any size, because I'm a believer that that's too much change every year in a league. 4 out of 18 teams, it means 20% of your league is changing every single year. So brands, it's not easy to maintain brands, but that's a subject for another day. You've got your 18 brands, and we want to build them. So how do we do that? First of all, compliments that you kept the league going during COVID. I think that, we've seen in many of the African leagues a huge plunge after COVID. And you see here the chairman and ZTN and other people breathing life into football. So there's passion here in Zimbabwe. We need to build on it. And even you talked about resilience, Chairman. I think that resilience through COVID and through some tough times that even now Zimbabwe football is going through in terms of resource allocation and money and infrastructure especially, which obviously is bigger than football. Because when we talk infrastructure, we're talking government, we're talking other relations, we're talking lobbying, we're talking stakeholder management at the highest level. And football needs to navigate that. And in South Africa, we've been blessed to have a chairman that's able to navigate us through some of the government lobbying and bigger picture stuff in infrastructure, and that's an emphasis that we're going to place during this presentation. Now, what is the end result of what we want? We want the best product, especially for TV. Now, we come from TV, myself and Tandu, because that's our job. And we regard television still now, whether it's going to be in the future, we don't know, but we regard television now still as the number one driver of live sport. Because in all the other genres of TV, my kids, my 14-year-old, my 16-year-old, they don't watch TV at all. They never watch TV. The only reason my son watches TV is to watch football. My daughter will maybe watch MasterChef or America's Got Talent. That's it. The rest is all consumed on Netflix and on other things, movies, Prime, Disney Plus. That's where the entertainment genre is gone. But what keeps SuperSport alive, what keeps DSTV alive, is live sport. Because it's the one content that's unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen. It's exciting. It fuels the passion of people. So live sports is still the number one driver for us in terms of pay TV from our platforms on where we want to focus. And what we found in a lot of football is that the money comes from TV, and some of my media guys will start throwing buns and water at me just now, but the money comes from TV. But you find that a lot of the product, especially on match day, is geared towards all the broader media. So radio, print newspaper, and other role players within the media, they were getting front and center, first ones afterwards. If you remember how it used to be in games, straight after the game, the final whistle, people would come on the field with their recorders, and everyone would interview the coach like this. And TV was stuck at the back, but TV was paying the money. So the relationship between a broadcaster and the league, the broadcaster and the clubs, that's the key relationship. And for you as clubs, beyond the league, beyond Kennedy and the chairman, because generally the broadcaster relationship with the senior level of the league is outstanding. But where the real value of the relationship is between the club and the broadcaster on match day and in between match days. Because if you only look at football as 90 minutes on match day, you haven't got a good product. You got a once a week product if it's about the 90 minutes only. But how do we fill up the spaces from one weekend to another weekend? How do we fill up the conversations of people and make football interesting from one weekend to another weekend? That's beyond the 90 minutes. That's what we call content. That's what we call creation of content, where the exciting stories, the news, the rivalries, the building of profiles and heroes. Charlie said something to me in the tea break, which was very, very powerful, and it's something that's so true in South African football too much. In South African football, if there's a picture of Ivan Khoza or Kaiser or Patrice, we all recognize and we know. But the players, not so much. And we've got to get back to a place where the player is the hero. Because if I ask you overseas, who your players, the chairman talked about my name. Nobody remembers my name, Stanley Matthews, anymore. Nobody remembers. But Messi, people know. Mbappe, people know. Ronaldo, people know. So we have to make sure, and it's a big fault of football, all of us in the room. Often, as leadership in football, unless you've come like Duncan with a track record and playing, and you've been a hero like Charlie, you've been that guy. Unless you've been that, and how many of us have played professional football in the room here? Hands up. Maybe 3, 4? Hardly. So the understanding of putting the player first is the most important thing in the room. But it's often the thing we think about the least. Because for us, we're managing budgets, we're worrying about sponsors, we're worrying about kit, we're worrying about logistics, we're worrying about the referee, we're worrying about the football association, we're worrying about all club licensing, all stadium. There's so much going on that we make the cardinal mistake of pushing the player to the bottom of the pile. What's left over, we can throw at the players. And that thinking has to change, because players are the value. Players are the heroes. Players are the ones that are going to sell tickets to matches. Players are the ones that are going to get you a transfer fee in the market when they're worth something. Players are the assets. But in football and in African football, we often see the player as the least important person in the club. So I'm tossing that out into the universe to say that we have to change our thinking in that way. We want a more professional and thriving environment for players. So that's the most important thing for us. Then the fans, the media, the sponsors, and then ourselves. So we have to be putting others first in our desire. We want a more competitive league. And I think one thing about your league is it's become unpredictable. Because, I know FC Platinum won it last year, but it can go any way. And if you look even at your league table now, only after 12 games, but there's 5, 6 teams that are still comfortable in the running. That makes it exciting. That's a good product. Okay? What will that result in? It will result in extended broadcast contracts, more live games. The more live games your teams are on TV, the higher your value is going to be. The easier it's going to be for you to get sponsors. The easier it's going to be for you to sell players, because you've got more footage, more content built around your core asset, which is the player. And then your brand, because on match day, you have an opportunity to talk to the world. On match day, you have an opportunity to have 32 or 40 perimeter board signs around the match, which can bring you in money and bring you in sponsorship if you've got a targeted approach. So the more you can be on TV, not only for match day, and I'm throwing that first out, Chairman, on how we can get stuff in between match day. Because to hold people from one Saturday to another Saturday needs glue. And we need that glue, which means additional supplementary content. It means magazine shows for the progressive clubs. It means highlights and review packages of the goals of the week, of the goals from last week, of the key clashes coming up next week. We need to be making it interesting for people so that the fans out there know what matches are coming up, what's exciting, why should they come, why must they put money in their pocket and make their way to the stadium. We've got to build that why for them. We need to show them why, okay? Then you're going to get more competition sponsors. And even when you keep Castle, you can go back to Castle and ask for more money when you're offering more, when they're getting more airtime, when they're getting more time on TV. And it's not only TV, because we're living in a digital age now. Now the platforms is different. You know, ZPSL, does it have its own little YouTube channel? Has it got a vibrant TikTok account? Has it got an Instagram account? Has it got a Facebook account? Have we got an engaging Twitter where we're making posts every day? Today we're living in this digital world where people are only talking to their hands and what they hold in their hand, which is the phone. So we also need to be driving content through that phone to make sure that people are watching on the weekend on TV. So that's the connection and the dots that we've got to try to join throughout the day. Greater media coverage across all platforms. So radio, newspaper, and TV. We want brand awareness. I've mentioned now, Chairman, the support programming, because I think it's an important glue in between matches. Live matches on their own do not hold audiences. It's nice, it's good, and it's important, but you're talking to the very passionate fan who only engages in the live game. But for the interested spectator who can be converted to a fan, you need that deeper content, that deeper penetration, the club insight, the profiles on star players, the top national team players that are playing for Zimbabwe, the ones that are going overseas and playing in South Africa or in other countries. Let's showcase them. Let's make heroes out of them. Because when we do that, then the young players coming through, they want to be like that. They also want to go to South Africa and make some dollars. So we've got to create that pathway and that pipeline. More exposure, revenue stream, sponsorship opportunity. The chairman mentioned those in his address today. And I'm coming back to the star players, the local heroes, and a vibrant transfer market. Nowadays, with the FIFA training and development compensation system that most of you should be aware of, it means that there's easy cash lying on the table waiting for you if you produce players, even if they don't stay with your club. Is everyone in the room aware of the FIFA training and development compensation? So if you're not, make a note, and we need to catch you up on it at some point. But if a player from the age of 12 has been with your club and he then moves to another club and signs professional, for every year that he was with your club, you get a dollar-based training and development compensation fee from the club that signed him as a professional. It's stipulated by FIFA, and any club that doesn't give you that money can be banned by FIFA. So you're assured of getting that money. And it's easy money, which a lot of clubs just kind of let go. And that's why it's exciting for me to hear, for example, that Ngezi is very strong in promoting its youth, because it means that when those young players maybe leave, go to other clubs in Zimbabwe or to other clubs outside of Zimbabwe where your real money's made. And if the players land up in Europe, it's between $30,000 and $90,000 per year that those clubs need to pay you for developing their player that they sign at an older age. So it's not small money we're talking about. It can be very, very big money. And after the front of jersey sponsorship and TV grants, training and development and transfer fees at my club is the third biggest revenue driver within my football club. So it's number 3 in revenue, way ahead of ticket sales, way ahead of jersey sales, way ahead of supporter membership, way ahead of prize money, way ahead of any of those is training and development and transfer fees. So start thinking about your players as assets and not just expenses. So we want this desired result. What are the football product areas? Corporate governance, I'm not going to go into that now. I think when you've got a chairman that's running for higher office in other parts of society, when you've got an experienced guy like Kennedy who's been around for a while, who's got good institutional memory, and I keep talking about this blending of the Duncans and the Charlies and the Kennedys and our chairman, it's very important to integrate that older generation with the younger generation. It can't be a cancel culture in football, because the elders are like libraries for us. And sometimes the younger generation feels we can just throw out and start fresh and rewrite and do, but without institutional memory, without knowing the mistakes of the past, without knowing a lot of the history and the background of why we are where we are today, it's no good. So we need to have that blend of youth and experience. And governance is at the heart of it all. And I feel very comfortable for myself, dealing with a chief executive like Kennedy. We've worked together for probably 10 years, been on different courses, different programs. Chairman mentioned about the World League Forum, which our chairman and our league in South Africa is also members of the World League Forum. So you're getting a lot of intellectual capital that's coming down, flowing through your leadership, and that means a lot to us as broadcasters. Your fixture management, I think it's something we need to touch on, because the fixtures are the bedrock of your product. If you're changing fixtures, especially lastminute.com, you're ruining the product, you're killing the product. If the Football Association is coming along and changing fixtures outside of FIFA weeks, you're killing the product. You just need to know it. Because as broadcasters, when we know we're going to do a certain game, we're hiring people, we're organizing flights and trucks and buses and cables and engineers and backup generators and a whole lot of logistics that comes with broadcasting the match that costs hundreds and thousands of rands per match. So when a change comes, there's a cost. And there's no way that I can pay for an unscheduled change brought about by football. It means I've got to claim that money back from football, which means you as football are going to lose that money. So we have to respect the fixtures. Everybody says the English Premier League is the best league in the world, best league in the world, best league in the world. And there's reasons why the English Premier League is so successful. But I reckon one of the biggest reasons is their fixture list's already out for next year. And I can assure you, there's not going to be any changes. Now, there are block fixtures, so the teams that go further in Champions League or further in the Cup get certain games postponed or moved out from a block fixture. But those block fixtures stay. There's no moving after that. The broadcaster can plan in advance. The clubs can plan their travel and their requirements in advance. So, Kennedy, you know this obviously, but sometimes I know it's hard for you because clubs come with requests for all sorts of any technical reason. Clubs are excited to get postponements whenever they can. I've got 3 players in the national under 20. They don't even play for your first team. Why should you get a fixture postponement? But we get that type of situation happening. You need to understand from us as the broadcaster, and I promise you, your sponsors don't like fixture changes. We look at that, we see unreliability, we see inconsistency. So please, fixture management, very important. Your stadiums, it's another subject that we're going to talk about just now, because you all know why we're not playing football at the moment. Same with security, they go hand in hand. Your stadium and security go hand in hand. Kennedy, you've got public liability cover, right? As a league? You need to check, my brother, because many years ago, I stood in front of a group just like this in Nairobi, and I asked them about their public liability cover, and they also said, no. And then about 3 months later, in a match between Gor Mahia and AFC Leopards, there was a crowd problem, tear gas, rioting, stampede, 8 people died. And luckily, the Kenyan Premier League had taken out public liability cover. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to operate, because they were sued for millions and millions by the families of the 8 people that lost their lives. There was massive, massive damage in Nairobi. Even to our broadcast trucks was millions of rands worth of damage. And it was a proper big claim. So stadium and security go hand in hand. And it's very important that we apply our minds to this situation as we move forward. The quality of the pitches, the look feel of the pitches. Duncan mentioned about dusty fields of yesteryear. But today you must know that you're in a global environment. When someone's watching DSTV, when they click on channel 202, they see the Premier Soccer League of South Africa. Generally speaking, they see green fields, well looked after pitches, dugouts, electronic substitution boards, perimeter boards, LED signage, good nets, good change area, good mixed zone, good media. The next week to 203, they watch the English Premier League, they see even better. What the subscriber does not want to see is that he clicks onto 207, Zimbabwe football or Nigerian football or Ethiopian football, and then they see dusty fields, goalposts that look like they could fall on the goalie at any time, nets that aren't tied properly if you can't see it was a goal or it wasn't a goal, field markings dusty that you can't see when the ball goes in and out of play, corner flags that aren't in the field at all, people who are wearing kit with a bandage on the back and the name written on the back because we don't want to buy a new jersey or we can't buy a new jersey. This is what makes people start saying African football is Mickey Mouse, because that's not what you see in top-level football around the world. So you're no longer competing anymore regionally. You're competing globally. And, the chairman put a very bold statement on there to be one of the leading leagues in Africa. So if you want to do that, you have to up the game. And the look feel of the product is the first impression that a viewer gets. When a viewer's flicking channels and they come across what looks like Sunday League football, they don't put any emphasis on that. They don't stay on that channel. And we've got the research that shows us that if people flick and they look and it looks like an inferior product, 7 seconds. 7 seconds, that's what they're going to give you. That looks like crap. Next. And they flick the channel, you've lost it. Your advertisers have lost it. Your sponsors have lost it. Your club brand has lost it. You've got 7 seconds to make an impression. Now, once the field's right and the pitch is good and the mix zone is good and the technical area is good and everything looks great, then the quality of football we still haven't even spoken about. I'm just talking about the look feel. Because without the look feel, no one cares whether the quality is good or not. No one lasts 7 seconds to watch. They've gone. They've moved. They're watching English Premier League. They're watching Champions League. They're watching the South African PSL. They're not watching your product anymore. So you've got those 7 seconds to make an impression. And then when the person settles in and says, this looks good, now we start to talk about the quality of the football on the pitch. But there's steps before we even get there. What I'm going to focus a lot on today is this match day TV requirements, because that's your business card to the world. I need to make sure when your game's on ZTN on my platform that your product is good. So I'm not here to try and fix your 360 matches that you play in the Zim PSL in a year. But I do want to, how many games are we showing on ZTN? Can you tell me, Chair? Kennedy, how many matches we show in ZTN? 3-4 per week. Okay, so over the course of a season, 100, 80, 120, somewhere there. So somewhere between 80 and 120 matches of yours are going to be shown. That's the window to the world. I want to focus on those 120, because if you get those 120 right, the impression that you make to corporate Zimbabwe, to corporate Africa. Chairman spoke about wanting to attract corporate sponsorship. He can't reach that goal if his business card is poor. It's the same for me. When I come in and give you a business card, and I've got business card, I'll give to some of you later. When you look on my business card, it's very clear what I am. My address is there, stanley.matthews@supersport.com. My identity is there. Now, how many of you here have got Yahoo and Gmail and anything except your club brand? Let's do it a different way. Who's got a card here that has your club name in your email address? Put your hand up. If your club name is in your email address. 1, 2, 3. So if we're lucky, 4 out of 18 clubs actually have a brand that associates with the name of their club. But your chairman will stand up and say, we want to build strong brands. You're not building your brand when you're advertising Yahoo and Gmail. So it's very, very important. And that's a small thing I'm talking about. I'm just talking about your business card. But it's very important that your product that you put on TV, when your coach goes and speaks afterwards, and your man of the match speaks afterwards, these are impressions that are being given to corporate Zimbabwe, to the rest of Zimbabwe, to say, is this a good product? Is this a product we can be proud of? Is this a product we want to associate with? Is this a product we want to invest in and put money towards at club level or at national level? And your chairman's got a tough job because he's got to go for the national sponsor that covers all of you. You guys have got easier job because 18 of you can go more regional, more local. But he's got to go national, which means the impression of the brand needs to be high. Very, very important. Your club licensing and compliance, I'm not going to deal with that today. But obviously, it's very important that your club licensing program is strong. And you can see CAF now. Kennedy will tell you, CAF's coming with a big stick to say, oh, if these coaches aren't qualified, they can't sit on the bench. My own coach, my coach, Gavin Hunt, he can't sit on the bench for me in my first CAF game this year. We finished third last year, so we qualified for Confederation Cup. He can't sit on the bench in the first game. Why? Because he's got a UEFA A license, but he doesn't have a CAF A license. And the last time SAFA, my football association, offered a CAF A license was 2017. So for 6 years, there isn't a single person in South Africa who's been able to get an A license at CAF. I've got to send Gavin in October to Zambia, to my friend Andrew Kamanga, who's the president there of the Zambian Football Association, and he's only got 3 international spots for A license CAF coaches, and he's taking my coach. So a South African coach is qualifying in Zambia to comply with club licensing requirements. So we need to ask ourselves in Zimbabwe, where are we? Where are we with our qualifications? And it's not just coaches. It's goalkeeper coaches. It's physical trainers. It's sports scientists. It's the physiotherapists. It's your masseuses. Every one of those is going to need to have qualifications to be part of the CAF process moving forward. So let's not run away from it. Let's empower ourselves and make sure that the club licensing document and the CAF club licensing is very specific. You can start working through it. My own club, I never had a women's team all these years. Now, because to play in CAF, I'm not allowed to play in CAF if I don't have a women's team. So guess what? I went out and got a partnership with a women's team. So you can run away from stuff or you can hit the challenge head on. But it all starts with your club licensing and compliance issues, which you'll know better than anybody. I've mentioned the kit and the technical requirements mainly because it affects us as a broadcaster. When I put up a team sheet where the name is incorrect, either it's spelled incorrect or the actual name is incorrect or the name doesn't match the number or my commentators can't see the number on the back of the jersey because, this affects the product. Because people that are watching, they expect my commentator to know who's playing. They expect my commentator to get it right. And nobody comes to me and says, Dynamo's administration was useless. They put the wrong name on the team sheet. People say, ZTN's rubbish. Supersport's rubbish. They can't even get simple things right. So the kit, it looks like, just kit for you. But it's not. For us, that's our bread and butter, getting the product right. Youth development, the lifeblood of football, and not enough done. Same, like I said, with women, same with the youth, same with the players. We push it to the back. Oh, I haven't got money for youth. If I had money, I'll be putting it in my first team. Every one of us feels that way. I feel that challenge too. Please believe me. But if you look at the biggest sales in the history of my football club, all my biggest sales, Kermit Erasmus joined my club as a 12-year-old. Dane Clayt joined my club as a 17-year-old. Ronwin Williams, the biggest sale in the history of my football club, joined me as a 12-year-old. Tebogo Mokoena and Sipho Mbuli playing for Sundowns now, I made millions of them in the transfer market. They came to me at 15. And in a couple of weeks' time, you're going to see a young man from my team called Tapelo Maseko. He's 19 years old. 19. He's been with me since he was 15. I'm going to sell him for millions. I'm saying over €1 million. Over 20 million rand for a 19-year-old. So if you think that youth is just at the bottom over there, think again and think, how can we as clubs start building from the youth, start building sustainable pipeline of talent? Because there's no club on earth. Manchester United is a very good example. Okay? Manchester United today is 600 million pounds in debt. Because you can't go out and continually buy players. Maybe if you're Manchester City, you've got oil money, you can keep buying players. If you're Real Madrid, you can keep buying players. But for all of us, for 17 of the 18 clubs in this league, money is a problem. So instead of seeing the youth as the expense that you spend with your leftover money at the end, maybe even CSI, we call it, development. It's like this, by the way, thing. But if you change that, if you change your mentality and you start looking at the youth as future assets, future value, you can make a really big difference. And I can tell you, my 19-year-old, for sure, there's half a dozen more talented Zimbabweans in your league right now at the same age. But mine's going to go for 20 million rand. So you ask yourself, what are you going to get for your youngster? And the difference is what we're doing in between. And then the coach license program, I think is very, very important. You can't expect to have a better quality Zimbabwean football player if you don't have quality coaching. And it's not just about the quality coaching in the PSL, because the PSL itself is competitive, and you'll get former players and you'll get foreign coaches and you'll get a mix of people. But where does it really count? It really counts in the lower levels of your clubs. It counts in your reserve team if you have one. It counts in your under-19 team if you have one. Because if you have your best coach there, if you go to Europe, some of the best coaches, not the man managers you see, Pep Guardiola and Jurgen Klopp, that part's easy. The best technical coaches are in the youth. So that when these guys get players, when Pep Guardiola gets Phil Foden coming from lower in his club, he doesn't have to worry. He doesn't even have to be a good coach, Pep. He needs to be a good man manager, motivator, tactician, but the coaching's been done. It's been done. The hard work's been done. And it's been done by some guy you've never heard his name. You don't know who he is. He's never in the newspaper. But he's there churning out young players for big bucks. Because most of the players that leave Manchester City, don't graduate to the first team. Manchester City, how many players come from the youth in Manchester City to play for the first team? 1 in 30, if you're lucky. They're buying 29 players. But they're exporting 24 players a year to lower level clubs, to championship clubs, to other clubs in Europe, players that normally can't make it for them. When a guy like Jesus can't make it for them, a guy like Zinchenko can't make it for them. They're throwing out these youngsters and farming them out to other clubs. They're making so much money off the academy. And the coaches that are there, you've never heard of them, but they're making millions of pounds for their clubs. But in Africa, we don't do that. when we want to punish a coach for poor performance in the first team, what do? We demote him to development. It's a punishment. It's a punishment. In our own minds, it's a punishment. This guy, he messed up my first team, let him go coach in the development. That's actually the worst thing you could do. You're taking a guy who was crap and giving him to carry on. Think about it. We need to change our mentality. And the coaching license is the prerequisite. It's no more, I'm Charlie Jones, I'm Duncan Ellison, I'm put on a tracksuit, I'm a coach. Life has moved. And today, even in South Africa, most of the young coaches today, and I was a coach, I wanted to be a coach. I could never live today as a coach. These guys are coming with their iPads, they've got analysis software, they've got data tracking, player monitoring, video clips, all sorts.
Poorest man is not one without money, but the one without friends, which is why I couldn't trust him with ensuring that all my friends were there on my wedding day.
Consider it done, son.
Dad, this is not everyone on my list.
I invited all those people on your list. I didn't call it a wedding. I told them that you were in serious need of their help and that we would gather here today to see how we can help you. And these are the people that showed up. Now go on and celebrate with your true friends.
The taste of true friendship. It all comes together with a castle.
Buckle up and prepare to be taken on a riveting journey, unlocking the very best of Zimbabwe. Architecture and interior design, art and entertainment, people, products, produce, the great outdoors, hidden gems, and so much more. Experience the good life from the comfort of your home. Only on C'est La Vie. Mondays at 6:30 p.m. on ZTN Prime, DSTV channel 294.
Welcome to Chew On, the show that links people, food and culture whilst giving you a diverse culinary experience.
Pure ingredients, wholesome, vibrant and earthy dishes. When you get all the elements together, it all sings. That's what Zimbabwean food is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chew On.
The world's most beautiful game, and we do that in depth. And today our topic is
Following the story.
What is happening on Zimbabwe's roads? How did we get here? Through red robots, basically break every road rule under the sun.
So nini ndakadhakwa nembanje dzangu ndikaenda kuchipatara ndaunorapa kana handibatsiri asi ndikazvishaya teteka aiwa.
Deeper analysis,
So, are you ready and prepared if violence rears up?
Jacob Mafume's party has taken hostage of them.
The videos are there.
Do not be drawn into the debate of discussing issues that are sub judice. He said when he grows up, he would like to be like me.
Good evening and welcome to the program.
Just to break the ice, what is ZNF's mandate?
To promote media freedom.
And money matters.
Coming up, Tanganda Limited is set to bring online a macadamia processing plant.
Now, Zimbabwe Stock Exchange listed company Seedco Limited has resolved to suspend indefinitely its proposal.
Every week on ZTN Prime.
Makadimu le Zimbabwe salamu letu wapita mwenu utakata express na kuma nchini mwana nzambe mwana bela mwana pikoko te wapo mwaranda shiri koko mo paumo konzi right mwezi Zimbabwe dagu ziisa kuti ZTN Prime yako anikwa pa channel 294 pa DSTV. Thank you so much. Peace out.
Whether suspects will escape the net, that is the question.
Wasting no time, I fastened my seatbelt and headed to where it all happened. It's also alleged that he got a kitchen knife and sack at his mother's home and went back to slice the corpse into pieces. 3 tiny sets of prints were visible. In manufacturing, group chief executives in the upper quartile are earning $7,200 or the Zimbabwe dollar equivalent. They also get to drive an SUV and a Mercedes-Benz of their choice.
In just 3 weeks, the prices of goods and services have jumped 3-fold, and citizens are asking questions.
Diplomatic Passport every Sunday at 7 p.m.
DJ on the move is for all board. Baba, live pa ZTN Prime TV evanu. Padagu inonaka evanu. Matina tangira kusoka. Dude, pa ZTN nas tokuri song ipi mimi.
Emambo tuterere. Matino tangira kusoka.
Tene manyo. Shakata.
Yes.
Bolato. Kwa bolato makainzwa kupi koko.
Neni. Go pane nubu boys dangu. Ayo ama one.
It is a real puzzle how crystal meth has made its way into communities and continues to ravage the youth. This is where it all begins.
Oh, finish.
Is enough focus being put on mental health?
Place where, you know, the toilets are in terrible condition, or there's no running water, or they're not selling even food and drink outside the stadium for you to enjoy yourself, or you have to park somewhere far and be inconvenienced. All the little things that keep people away from our stadium. The accurate and timeliest team sheet submission, we've spoken about that. Kennedy, your team sheets, they typed up by the clubs or they still handwritten? Scribble doesn't work, guys. We're in a new world. There's no reason for scribble because there can be an electronic form. You can fill it in electronically. But for us as a broadcaster, I'm not sure about ZTN, but I'm telling you for us, scribbling is rubbish. First of all, most people's scribble looks like a doctor's prescription. You don't know what's going on there. Now, I've got a graphics person who's sitting in a truck, okay? He's sitting in the truck, and he needs to put out the team sheet on multiple platforms. So when you have breaking news, team sheet submission 60 minutes before kickoff, is that right, Kennedy? Yes. So Well, you never know, because, sometimes the guys hold it back because they think they can fool the opposition with a different team sheet. Am I right, Kennedy? I'm right. Exactly. So we say this one's in the team, then he's not in the team. And this one's injured, then he's not injured. So we play games. I make joke of it. I'm making a joke of it, but it's actually not a joke. Because in the games that we play, we lose value. We lose corporate confidence. We lose credibility. When we mess around another team that comes to our home stadium for a game, we've locked them out the stadium for half an hour. We've only given them access to the dressing room a short time before. We've tried to make it horrible for them. You might think you're being clever for the result on the day, but you're not being clever. You're killing your product. You're making an environment where football's still 30 years backwards. But if you go to Europe, the managers are hosting each other before the game, after the game, tea, drinks, looking after people. Mwah. The sponsors of the visiting team get looked after properly. When a person leaves, they feel, I was part of something. Whether I was home or away, I've got a stable, consistent, top product. Not when I go to that field over there, I'm going to get treated like crap. I'm going to be forced out. The dressing room's going to be in bad condition. And normally that comes with a referee who's also got eye problems. We can't have that, guys. We can't. If we really want an industry to be proud of, we need to respect our opponents, treat our opponents with dignity, with respect, and expect the same treatment when we get there. Now, when I play you, I'll give you 20 tickets. When you play me, 5 tickets. It's over such small-minded stuff that football loses value. So we're saying, raise the bar. We say, let's have minimum standards. Even in South Africa, we have minimum standards. If you're coming to play at me, the minimum you can expect is 20 tickets, VIP, parking, all the things that you have. That's the minimum you will get. And it'll apply to me, to every other club, and every other club to me. And we all sign up for it. And we all agree this is the minimum standard. Because if you don't have minimum standards, you're always going to be judged by the lowest common denominator in your league. The worst experience is the thing that gets spoken about the most. The thing that was most horrible gets the most publicity. And that's what defines you. That starts to define you. A tale of crap. The facilities wasn't good, this wasn't good, that wasn't good, the ref wasn't good. And then you add it all up and is the product good? When 10 of the major hallmarks of what makes a good product, are we ticking those boxes or not? Hard questions. I don't have the answers, but I'm sharing with you. Incorrect and inconsistent jersey and short numbers, I've spoken about that. Stadium safety, like this scaffolding, especially for my broadcast trucks, and I'm sure for ZTN. It's very important that the broadcast infrastructure is well looked after. We've had many, many millions of dollars worth of damages to our place because the structure of the game wasn't set up well. And our trucks and our media people were made to be in places where it wasn't really convenient or suitable or appropriate for them. And we'll go through some of that just now. The late notification of fixture changes, venues or times, we've spoken about it. Okay, the double headers. Double headers is something we've tried to push in Africa a lot to try and get more games, to try and have more matches on TV. We don't do double headers here, Kennedy, or do we? So I think, you need to maybe have a policy around that. The negative part is the clubs needing to work together on who shares gate and what, because straight away it comes, I'm Dynamos, I've got all the following, and Caps, I've got all the following. So people fight about it. But there's many, many, many examples in world football on how those things work. Lately now in cricket in South Africa, we just had one of the biggest cricket tournaments in the world where franchises from India came and shared with franchises from South Africa. And they played double headers in 2 matches in the same venue at the same time. And they've got a model on how to share revenue. So there are models in the world where it can work and we need to apply ourselves. The positive thing about double headers is that where you would normally get 60 or 80 games in a season, now you can get 120, 140, 160 games in a season, which means much more sponsorship interest. Most of your clubs would be able to get more sponsors, and for sure the chairman would be able to go and do more deals in the boardroom if he was able to say, I've got more live TV matches. So we need to try and apply our minds, Kennedy, as to how we can get more live TV matches for more content, for more interest. Okay? Then the geographic locations, obviously the roads, the accommodation, the infrastructure, there's challenges, but by and large, those are surmountable challenges that I'm not too worried about. And then the broadcast accreditation for the season, who's involved in the product, and on every level of the product. When you give me your team list with the jersey numbers, they can't change. When I put in my graphics, number 3 from your team is Bashira, I need to know that number 3 is Bashira. Not halfway through the season, Bashira's gone, and now number 3 is Lungu. It's not helping me. So all these things have been challenges for Zimbabwe up to now. Okay, I'm going to take a pause, and not to be negative, but just to get it out. Like, are there any other challenges and problems from a club perspective, especially in relation to live broadcast? I'm not too worried about your coach isn't qualified, or your kit colors, or I'm not worried about the technicalities. But from a problem point of view, as broadcaster, for ourselves and ZTN, is there stuff from the club's perspective? And I'll just quickly go table, to say, this is a problem we've experienced in team sheets. This is a problem we've experienced with kit. How can we do things better? What are the problems that you have from your side? Sometimes it can be problems for us. We know, for example, when there's a big match coming up, a big derby or a big game, that everyone's sensitive in football. We're sensitive about stuff in football. When we asked at the league in South Africa, every team needs to submit its jersey before the start of the season for approval, so we can check the font and the size, because you can't have a sponsor more than a certain size on your jersey, from a compliance point of view. So when we ask teams to bring their jersey in, 3-4 teams, they don't want to bring their jersey because of Muti. Okay? If this one touches my jersey, if this one... So I'm saying we can't say as Africans, we want to be world class. We want to be global. We want to have more money. We want to have more coverage. We want to have all of these things, but then we're not prepared to do some of the stuff that global people are doing, like submitting their jerseys. So now we have to take a photo of the jersey and then give the jersey back. We've got to get around it. So I'm saying to you, there's challenges we have. We got to get around them, this way or this way or this way, but we have to get around them, or we've got to go through them or over them. But if we don't, we're going to get blocked, and we're not going to fulfill our full potential. Challenges from this side of the room. Any challenges?
I don't think we have any challenges, because we don't know the side of ZTN, because they face the challenges. Okay, we face the challenges as leadership. Obviously, on the revenue side, the monetary side of the business. What are our clubs getting off from the coverage? That's the challenge from our side that we get.
Good. I mean, it's realistic, and it's a fair point. I think also for us as broadcaster, we want to know that you have the capacity to do the things we're asking you to do. So, sometimes it's a double-edged sword, and what comes first, the chicken or the egg? There might be challenges that we need to overcome, where we've got to go out and create money so that we can definitely do that. That's got to be something between ourselves, ZTN, yourselves as clubs, and the leadership of the league, to say how we get to that point, because we expect compliance. So if clubs can't comply because of lack of funding, we have to look at alternative ways of saying, how do we get to this minimum compliance? What will that cost across the 18 teams? And how do we get that money in to ensure that I can actually say to you, I must have this, or you can't get a live game? Because right now, we're not in that position to be able to issue that ultimatum to you. We want to grow the product so that I can issue that ultimatum to you. Sorry, Charlie, I'm not doing any more of your games because every time I come to your stadium, the facilities are in bad condition. You don't give me the team sheets on time and correctly. Your coach is terrible in post-match interviews. He comes late or not at all. Your players haven't been schooled on how to speak to the media or be good advertisements for the game. We're not covering you anymore. I want to be able to do that.
We wish we knew that. We wish we knew that about the compliance. We don't have the compliance.
Yeah, so that's fine. That's what today is about, to start the process and to say, okay, what's the first phase of compliance? Because there's no way you're all going to be able to comply with everything I put on the board today. I'm giving you 20 years of league experience and growth in 2 sessions. So we're not going to get there today. But at least we got ideas today. At least we have an idea of what needs to happen and how can we move that needle so that I can make demands on you as a club, as a broadcaster. Because the more demands I can make on you as a broadcaster, the more content I can create, the more value I can build in commercial terms, and that's going to pay off for you. So I appreciate your point. Any other points here? Next table, yes?
I don't know if you could take it as a major problem.
You're talking about for the fan. So the fan comes, he watches 90 minutes, he goes home. Yeah, very good point. And something that needs to work hand in glove with the competition sponsor in terms of activations, in terms of making the game more than just 90 minutes, whether it's music, sometimes festivals or other things, curtain raisers, whatever other stuff can be built on to create more interest, whether it's schools, communities. So we can talk about that. It's a good point, good point. Next, any other challenges as we go around? Next table at the back, any challenges you want to share? Andy? No, because I'm saying you've got club background, you've got the broadcasting background. Can you tell us some of the issues?
Yeah, I can. I suppose in a way I can. I think I like what you're saying in the sense that we need to move our clubs to a very professional kind of out viewpoint. And things that do destroy our brand, particularly, I'm very anti-hooliganism. And one thing that I truly believe is clubs having CCTV cameras. I believe clubs should ban for life some of their supporters to do some of the things that we see, including my own supporters. They captured none of that happened the other day where they injured the referee, who was bleeding and so on. And I think it's things like that clubs and the security and the marshals really need to get and stand out, because we need to get back to a culture whereby, if you watch the cricket yesterday, 10,000 people with their families, their kids running around, their wives, whatever. It was fantastic. I'd like to get that sort of spirit back into football where we can take our wives, our kids there. Now, I'm not sure very many people would take kids to stadium. They don't think it's safe. And I think that also can also help sponsorship as well. Sponsors like to see a family type of environment. Also, I think that we don't. I was asking a guy a question the other day, and I said, can you tell me some names of football stars, say from the 1980s, 1990s? They could read them out, like Talis, Zenzo Moyo. I asked him, can you tell me who's the captain of Dynamos, who's the captain of CAP today? They couldn't tell me. And I think that creation of stars also helps a brand. And what I do like is there's Blue-Away Chiefs must be here, right? I love your social media, guys. It's brilliant, yeah? Particularly when you eat chicken.
What's that, Blue-Away Chiefs?
That kind of stuff that really makes the brand. That rivalry you spoke about how you create that rivalry and people like to come and watch. That social media aspect of clubs needs to also improve, I think. I think it'll be really good. Highlanders are starting to do that. They're wishing their players happy birthday. They're showing themselves going.
Yes.
My talk course, I've seen that. I've been following them. Platinum as well, to a lot there. And I'm sure other clubs. But I think that can be improved. Maybe that's about all I can say more, but maybe stop there.
No, I appreciate that. I think you're making some good points. Listen, guys, when it comes to safety and security, it's an absolute non-negotiable. And whatever that means, from a league perspective, one thing that we managed to do quite well in Kenya, just to share from the experience, but one of the teams in the Kenyan Premier League was the army team called Ulinzi Stars, if you've ever heard of them. They're the army team, and you'll find in Zambia as well, you've got the Red Arrows and the Green Buffaloes, the army team, the Navy, the Air Force team, etc. So we got Ulinzi Stars. And there was a colonel in the room here, right? There's a colonel, so maybe the colonel can help us. But I think that when it comes to stadium security, especially live TV games, we may not be able to start with every single game in the Zimbabwe Premier League. But if you've got a live TV game, the safety and security of and the presence of what you're going to put across. If you're going to put across hooliganism and an injured referee, you're driving thousands and thousands and thousands of people away from the game. And it's not just that you're keeping them away from the game, you're actually turning people off the game. And so it's like it's a non-negotiable, guys. The stadium needs to be a safe place for people. Before we even start putting on extra entertainment and music and other stuff that we can do. And some of it's about being creative. One of the success stories we had in South Africa is partnering with the young music industry guys who were coming to try and break through and become artists. And we kind of gave them a platform within football to come and sing at games at halftime, before games, and start to build a following in the community. There's different creative ways you can bring. There's cheerleaders, and I don't want to be like old-fashioned that only the girls run out in the short skirts and the guys like it. But if you go to other forms of entertainment, I just got back from Australia at the halftime of the Aussie Rules football, which is a weird game which none of us Africans could ever understand. But at the halftime, they've got hundreds of kids that go onto the field and play like mini form of this game. And every one of those kids leaves there that they were part of the event. They bring their parents with them because their parents are watching them in the event. They've got a memory of playing that little mini football or taking a penalty or a shot at goal or whatever it was. They've got that stays with them for life. And now they are fans. They're emotionally invested. They identify themselves with the experience, with the club, with the league. So the engagement of the youth, the engagement of broader society, clubs that are clever. In your Zimbabwe society, you've got influencers and brand ambassadors in other forms of life, entertainment, actors and actresses, musical artists, people from broader society. Why not latch on those? In your club, Dynamos, you've definitely got some very famous people who follow you. So it's not nice to just have those famous people for a dinner or for a lunch or, to brag about the photo with your friends. In actual fact, what you're wanting to do is get those people to get you more followers. Get those people to be brand ambassadors for you. Get those people involved in your club. And if you had 18 influencers in Zimbabwe society, each one attached to a club, driving more interest, driving more rivalry, driving more content. So we've got to be able to think out the box, but it all starts with safety and security. So Andy, your point much appreciated. This table here, anyone want to share? Want to share any challenges? Yes, at the back there.
I think from a broadcast perspective, for some of our matches, the first one would be there seems to be a huge appetite from some of our VVIPs to immediately come to the bottom of the pitch during the post-match interviews. The match has ended and you have VIPs coming onto the pitch. They want to shake the players' hands. They want to talk to the coaches. It becomes a divided attention at that point. You're trying to get the coach for the interview. The chairman or the marshals are congratulating him. It becomes a mixed zone right in the middle of the pitch. So that's one challenge where, if possible, we would have to wait for the players and the coaches to do the interviews. Once they conclude, after the dressing rooms, when they shower up, we then congratulate them. The second point that I've noted is a change of attitude, especially I think would need to speak to our technical teams. Once they've lost the matches, Number one, it's a challenge to get him to the camera point. It's either he tells you, I'm stressed. Can you give me 5 minutes? I'm still thinking about my job. But TV is running. So you get caught in between because you can really see he's stressed. You can't pull him. And he tells you, I'm coming, I'm still thinking. Number two, when they then come to the camera, it ends in one-word answers. So, coach, how was the game? No, fine. Okay, you try and pull out some more questions from him. They keep on being one-word answers. Next game, we move on. Then it ends like that. So we've tried to speak to some of the coaches. I'm not sure if the clubs can speak to them to say, this is an opportunity for you to then speak to the fans. Explain yourself.
Are you with media? Are you with media or with the club?
No, I'm with the league.
So very good points. Excellent points that you're making there. Yes. Carry on, Charlie.
Okay, I'm one of those that comes from the VIP to the ground to congratulate my team, whether they win or lose, and go to the change room. So I don't know where the problem is in that period in time, because I'm coming down alone. I'm not bringing down anyone, because I'm sitting up in the stands, so, and it's mostly on my home games. So I would like to know where the problem is there, in terms of me walking down to the stadium to congratulate my players.
So Rodwell, I'll protect you here. I think what's important with these things is that the technical area, which is where the fourth official is between the two dugouts, and that precinct over there, you have to have accreditation to be on there, and that accreditation has to be limited, because, like you said about the mixed zone. So just to educate everybody, in the old days, everybody was in one space and place. But now in modern football, as you'll see, whether it's English football, Champions League, World Cup, AFCON, anything, there's 2 different zones that are created after a game. The first zone is called an exclusive zone. That zone is normally for your broadcast rights partner, because mainly your broadcast rights partner is the one that's putting in the most money. I can't comment here about the money, but I can say that you've got a broadcast rights partner, okay? And if you've got a broadcast rights partner, that partner gets the rights to the exclusive zone. In that exclusive zone is normally coming the following: the man of the match, the winning coach, the losing coach, and then in South Africa, we normally say 2 or 3 players from each team. That maybe the guy who scored the goal, or the guy who made the pass, or the person who got the red card, or what. Put yourself in the eye of the fan, okay? When your coach loses, that's precisely when you want to hear from him. What went wrong? How upset is he? Everybody's waiting for that moment. Now, if we get lost and the coach is allowed to be moody, I lost today, I'm giving one-word answers. What he's really doing is sending out a very, very negative, bad perception about football, about our sport, about sportsmanship. It needs to be unconditional. The fan needs to know he's going to hear from the coach come rain or shine. Win, lose or draw, I'm going to hear from the coach. It's not a maybe. The coach must comply. And he's got to be professional. Otherwise, he's got no place being a head coach. Because today the head coach means doing media work, means doing sponsorship appearances, means doing a lot of stuff that's not just coaching. The days of saying I'm a coach, that's what I do, it's no longer like that. Coaches are required for off-the-field appearances, for sponsor appearances, and especially in the broadcast space. Now, when you talk about training and stuff like that, we can add value. Between ourselves and ZTN, we can add value. To coaches and players, we can have just the coaches and captains, for example, media workshop, where we actually teach them and school them how to deal with disappointment live on TV. It's not nice for any person whose job's on the line to go and conduct a public interview. It's not nice. It's not a nice thing to do. I've done it. It doesn't feel good. You've just lost. You're feeling bad. You're worried about your job and the job of other people around you. And now some clever dick reporter is asking you to make you look silly in front of everybody. It's not a nice job, but that's what we sign up for, right? That's our profession. We're in the public eye. When it's good, it's great. When it's not so good, you still have to man up or woman up. You've got to stand up and you've got to face what you have to face. And therein lies a skill which we can help you with. Chicken in, talk to me.
Okay. I wanted to suggest that the best is to interview these coaches before the game.
Which we do. We do that. And after also. You know, before the game is nice, but after the game is the real deal.
My joke. I'm noticing that under your major problems, you left out referees. I'm not too sure whether they are represented in this workshop, but cover them in your later presentation. We strongly feel that referees, they are very much part of the issues, I don't want to say problems, challenges. They can make or break the game. They can make or break everything that we are talking about, that we need to improve. Many at times, referees do not see what most of us see. Are you gonna cover them later, or they have got their own slot somewhere?
Yeah, I think the referees is an issue that's controlled by the Football Association. It's not something that we can get involved with. What we would say is the referees are the quintessential ethos of the game. If you've got crooked referees, you don't have a product. But it's not only crooked referees, it's also skillful, capable, qualified referees that have passed the relevant fitness training regime that they have to go to, that have the relevant qualifications from CAF and from FIFA. So I think that that's something that normally the league, as the head body, your chairman, will deal with that. And just to welcome the Minister of Sport into the room, very nice to have you with us. And I'm going to be ending now, so handing over to you. But just to close off on that referees side, is that it is very important. It's important that your chairman and your CEO table these things with the Zimbabwe Football Association, because leagues and the association have to work together on that. There's a lot of scope for the league and the Football Association to actually form a task team, right, which does referee reviewing, so that the performance of referees is rated. If you start what we have in South Africa is a monitoring, a review body. So if we start seeing one referee's giving more penalties, more offsides, more hometown decisions to certain teams and clubs, there has to be the tracking of that. That's done with the Football Association and the league. Because if you don't have a good credibility, and brand reputation with your referees, then your football is crooked. And many of us have seen in many leagues silly results, especially towards the end of the season. This team winning 15-0, this one winning 11-0. They never scored more than 2 goals the whole season, but when they needed 11 goals to avoid relegation, they won 11-0. So that kills the game. Then we can just crumple up our game, throw it in a dustbin, because it has no credibility. And especially today, where you have betting companies and you have a large infiltration of commercial activity that happens legally or illegally around our product. And then you wonder and you look and you're thinking, this referee was bad, but he wasn't bad. He had an agenda. And the agenda wasn't even driven by football or your opponents. Sometimes you can think, I'm playing against Chicken Inn. I've got problems today. But it's not Chicken Inn. It's some betting syndicates from outside the country that's running that game. So that's why it's very important to have a review body where every referee is rated and graded and qualified, and all the checks and balances in terms of referees being fit and competent, to be able to run our games. Because in your professional league, if you don't have referees that are up to standard, you've got problems. And then, of course, you have the opportunity in today's modern day of football to go to the next level when we get sufficient money. And after we speak to the minister, I'm sure we're going to have a little bit of friendly money that will equip us to be able to do small things like VAR, right, which drives the accountability and the transparency and therefore the integrity that the chairman spoke about. The number one value driver that the chairman spoke about in his opening address was integrity. And what you're speaking about now goes direct to the heart of integrity in the game. Now, we can't just turn around and say the association must get it right. The refs must improve. What are we doing as Football Zimbabwe? What are we doing as the league to make sure that we have the review body in place that's going to monitor these referees, that we have the criteria that these referees need to have in order to be qualified, to be fit, to be competent? So I think it's a good point, but it's one beyond the realm of this particular workshop, where we're trying to focus more around the broadcast compliance to increase the value of the game. I'm going to put a pause to make way for the Honourable Minister, and then after lunch we'll pick up again and carry on. I enjoyed this last little bit of an interactive session. I look forward to some more. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I can surely tell you, because I've interviewed quite a number of coaches, after a game, they've got one answer. We are going back to the drawing board. That's the answer.
Exactly.
All right. I'm going to ask the Zim Paper CEO to come and introduce the minister.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome, Minister Coventry. In this room are legends of the football game and leaders. The governors of the game are in here. They've decided to come and meet with us. There's also the leadership of PSL, whom we have partnered in putting this together. And then, of course, we have the media. Different media houses. As you know, we have now 4 broadcasters, and football is a people's game. So all the broadcasters want to be involved in football. So they also want to learn some tidbits. Minister Coventry probably does not need a lot of introduction. A lot of us know her from way back when she was Zimbabwe Cyclone as a swimmer. It might please you to know that I also was a swimmer back in Highfield going to school. I could compete in breaststroke. And at that time, we had swimming pools in Highfield. But I was also a footballer. I think I played for Highfield under 16 select. We were those kids who were playing in Highfield grounds, waiting to warm up Gwanzura. So she is an icon in Zimbabwe. The greatest thing that we have heard is that the president decided to choose a sporting icon to choose sports. And one of the things that is at the bottom of her heart is to get football rights. I think as we were hearing today, cricket seems to be on the right track. Football needs fixing. And this is why she agreed to be with us and spend a bit of time with us, just to show the appreciation of government in this regard in terms of getting our football right. And we are truly grateful that SuperSport has partnered us, and they've sent none other than their very best to begin this process. So over to you, Minister Coventry.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. I'd like to thank our CEO. I did give him a message through Mr. Sotoli to say, make sure no one has any tomatoes or eggs, because this crowd probably doesn't like me too much. Might get sort of beaten to pulp. But I'm appreciative for the request to come in and join you. I think this is an incredible step forward and a showcase of the talent that we do have. Otherwise, SuperSport would not be partnering the PSL if they didn't believe or could see the talent that we have as Zimbabweans in our soccer athletes and our teams. So what do we have to do in return to that good faith? A little bit, you've already heard about it, the good governance. the corporate responsibility, breaking everything down and building back up, which is the process that we've been in for the last 2 years. And to be able to come together, to unify each other, and want the same things. Since stepping into this role, the first comments, whether they were jokingly or not, by a lot of federations, specifically a lot of different clubs and teams in soccer, is what's in it for me? And that's why a lot of people were wanting to take up roles and positions. Even today, on the weekend over at the cricket, I had comments made about, oh, but FIFA gives so much money and where does that go? And I want to be on the board because I can get some of that money. It was so blatant, it was actually obnoxious. And until that changes and until that mindset changes, we're going nowhere and we're not doing anything for our athletes. We're doing zero for our athletes. And every single one of you, how many of you are former athletes, former soccer players in here? Please stand up. From when you guys played to now, has anything got better? No, honestly. So what, we're failing. We're failing you as legends. We're failing our athletes. You can sit down, thank you. And to be very honest, we have taken a very strong hold on it. We, with the support of the Sport and Recreation Commission and His Excellency, and I'm very grateful to His Excellency the President, who has stood right next to me and said, clean it up. And don't take no for an answer. And that's what we're doing. We've had really good conversations in the last few weeks with FIFA and CAF, and I think we're on the right track, and we'll hopefully be making some good progress in the next 2-3 weeks, which we hope will benefit our game. Our heart and soul of this country is soccer. And right now, we are letting that heart die a death because none of us are willing to stand up and take accountability, and none of us are willing to turn around and say, your actions are going to kill us. Your actions are not good for the growth of the sport. So until we can hold each other accountable, we really are going to continue failing our incredibly talented men and women, and we're going to be killing our youngsters' dreams. Every single one of you in this room started on whatever track it was with a dream, with a purpose, with wanting to be on the national team, for wanting to play with the PSL, for wanting to go overseas, to go to South Africa. The children that we have throughout our country are sitting there going, I have nothing. You have taken my dream away. And that dream has been taken away because of greed, corruption, and all other sorts of mishaps with no accountability. And I hope that the way in which we have responded to that over the last 2 years is to say enough is enough. We are not backing down. We are going to clean it up no matter how long it takes. And you're either going to be with us or you're going to be against us. But I can guarantee you the team I have with me right now, you want to be on our team. You want to clean up this sport. You want to take it not even back to where it was. You want to leapfrog it forward. You want to increase the possibilities and chances for every young person out there to want to be a part of this game, to want to be a part of our national teams, to want to be a part of our referees, who right now, most of our referees, especially our female referees, don't ever want to see the game of soccer ever again because of what was done to them. We have to make a change. We have to come together and we have to move forward. This partnership, I hope, will also bring in a lot of accountability, because the super sport I know, are not going to allow for matches to be fixed, are not going to stand by while female referees are abused, are not going to stand by and allow for players to be mistreated, are not going to stand by and allow and be silent on what's happening in soccer in Zimbabwe. So I want to thank Super Sport, from government that we're very excited about this partnership because we do believe it is a step in the right direction of holding people accountable because others will be watching. Right now we have the ICC World Cup qualifying. At the end of the 3 weeks, we will have over 200 million viewers. 200 million viewers just from the 30 games that they will be showcasing live. If someone doesn't behave correctly, if something happens and it's a Zimbabwean athlete or coach or umpire, what do you think those 200 million people around the globe are going to think of us as Zimbabweans? That's the level of importance that this partnership is bringing. And I hope that we can all take it with an incredibly positive environment of saying we are going to hold each other and others accountable so that we can be proud. We can be proud of the teams that are playing. We can ensure, and when anyone asks us, was that match fixed? 100% we can stand there and say definitely not because Zimbabweans are better than that. This is our chance. This is our chance to create that change that we want, to create that legacy. And I hope you're all going to take it with two hands and run forward. Well done to the PSL. I heard some comments about friendly money from ministry. The proof will be in the pudding. Let's see the behavior first. No, I must say the ministry has always had a very good relationship with the PSL, and I must thank the PSL for standing by the ministry and SRC in the decisions that were made, tough decisions, in the last 2 years. And we will always find ways to support and fund soccer. We always have, whether it was right or wrong. We always did. We always will continue to do it. We will make sure that the emphasis is put where it needs to be at the appropriate time, whether that's in development, whether that's in our coaches and our players. I would like to request that the continuation of the push and the strategic decision for PSL to also start focusing very heavily on their women's league continues. We need an equal platform. And I hope that all the club managers and owners in the room will put that same emphasis on equal pay to our female athletes as they do to their male athletes. Because at the national level, that was not happening. And it is something that will happen. And so if you can jump on board sooner rather than later, I know everyone would be very appreciative of it. I hope that wasn't too much doom and gloom. I'm glad to see that the CEO didn't allow any food items on the tables to be thrown at my head. But I do want to assure the Soccer Federation that we want soccer to be great. We believe that we have extraordinary talent, that we have to make sure we get this right. Otherwise, we are letting an entire generation down. And that's not something any of us want to do. I wanted to leave some time for some questions and answers, although I might run out the room depending on what those questions are. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm really open to having a discussion. I just wanted to share a few sort of points with you and to say that this workshop is an incredible thing, this move forward, and again, for the third or fourth time, the partnership with SuperSport is incredibly valuable to us. It'll be incredibly valuable to our players who will be seen on a much larger scale, and that will create huge opportunities for them, which is what they need, and we will do what we can to fully support that. So anyone with questions, comments? Yep.
Thank you, Minister. One of the major questions, I suppose, would be around stadium. I think we all know about the National Sports Stadium. Obviously, there's so many clubs in this room that don't have a stadium as we speak, and we're supposed to be starting football July the 1st, if that was the right date given.
So I don't know. I know a lot of the stadium under the city council. Faro, Guangzhou is a, I don't know, goat track. Is that the right word of putting it? You've got Chitungwiza Stadium, which used to be there. It's the disaster and so on. So possibly, is the government going to maybe, I know it's working in partnership, obviously, with the clubs, but we need to get stadium up and running. And of course, the other issue, I suppose, which is important, is maybe just the clubs are playing for something. I know that the Super Sport Stan, he gave a really good presentation about how youth development and so forth obviously leads to money by selling our players. So the longer we're out of isolation, the worse it is. So I know you probably don't want to tell us more, but it'll be interesting to know when the clubs around this table who have national team players who are dying to go and play for the national team, which obviously increases value, will eventually be doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I would say sit tight. I'm not going to answer or say anything more about our standing and where we are, but I really did mention it very briefly to say in the next few weeks we'll hopefully have some positive news. So I can't say anything else because of confidentiality, etc., etc. Stadia, yeah, I mean, we've been trying to get the National Sports Stadium renovated for the last 3 years. The first attempt ended up with a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of corruption, things that were tendered out and were given back. I think they think maybe ministers don't read things, but when I requested to read some of the documents that had been sent in, we were not using any reputable companies. They were third parties, and basic things that should cost around $200 were about $3,000, $4,000. So the inflation went from renovating a stadium that should have cost us about 7-8 million, which government had already put aside, was 19, 15 and 19. So we got it kicked out, and we turned the tender down, and we started from scratch. That again, it comes back to the people in and around the sports. I was not a very popular person at that time, especially even within my ministry, because there were people within my ministry that were a part of that gravy train. And I had to again go to His Excellency and say, what I do, I'm not, this is ridiculous, this is, I want no part of it. And he fully accepted it, and we walked away from those tenders legally because we could prove they were so highly inflated.
Is full of emotions. Hakuna kana game one, where in 90 minutes you can be able to fully express yourself like football.
Chance, and it's a goal! Nice! Oh, it was a speckside.
If our favorite player scores, hi, boy, jubilation! But if they miss, if the referee makes a very bad decision, we are so disheartened.
But to relook at the possibilities of what can be done with the hockey and going, originally there was step 2, 3, 4, which never got completed. All the plans are there, but step 2, 3, and 4, actually they were meant to be bucket seats. Apparently they were delivered. Don't know where they went, but in the 1980s they didn't make it to the stadium, so not too sure which stadium they're in at the moment. So all of those things are being looked at and done, and the process is slow, but I think it's slow because everyone that's dealing with it now has been burnt and wants to ensure that it's being followed correctly. And the idea is once we have that feasibility study, we've had a few other corporates and international sponsors that have already approached us to say they want to get involved because they've heard how we're now doing the process. And hopefully we will then open it up to say this is what's available, this is what we need help with, this is what local corporates have stepped in to do. And I do want to, although I can't name all of them at the moment publicly, I would like to thank them. They do know who they are because they have come on board to concretely put this on the right track. And hopefully we will be seeing some progress in the next 3 to 6 months. Yeah. We have been trying. We just haven't really gotten anywhere. And sadly, so is the private sector. We've seen the private sector step in and want to come in with millions and millions and millions and have been turned away. The Rafara deal was taken off the table because councillors wanted bribes. It was blatantly asked of them. So again, we have to get it right. That's my opinion. I am not someone that is going to do something just to have a quick fix, and that's going to be followed up in 2 months' time, 3 months' time with a huge scandal. That's just not my personality. It's not what I'm going to do. If others want to do it, that's their own prerogative, but it's not how I want to do things because I feel that doing it in that way and that it doesn't end up it being done right. And I really don't think that as a soccer fraternity or country we can handle any more other big blows and negative press that would then follow it. Yep.
Maybe it's just as a follow-up.
Yeah.
I know you can't be in control of everything, but can you, as the ministry, obviously in connection with the government, instead of working alone, maybe trying to renovate national sports and trying to talk to council to say, can we work on council or BF? Obviously, I know a lot of clubs here have tried to get leases to actually develop those areas better, but we have all failed.
Yeah.
But government can get us land,
yep,
amongst other things, to say, chicken it, there is land, build a stadium. That way we are collaborating our efforts. That way it's no longer just about the ministry. But maybe as an elder, I remember the last budget, there was a little bit of money that was directed towards sport and art. I'm interested in art as well, so I'll add that as well. What happened, really? How come we can't access all those monies? How come it's not coming to develop big clubs? We're talking earlier about development from a young age. We are already doing that as clubs, but we do not have the capacity to actually take these players to the next level. But how can then the ministry, via you obviously, help us to grow? But chief amongst them, the land. The land is important. I know the government has got power when it comes to that. You can tower over city castles, try and push here and there, and then we take them.
I would like to think it's that easy. First and foremost, we would be happy as ministry, SRC, government to help teams identify land. But it's not just the easiest process. There's the rural district councils that get involved, the city councils that get involved. It's dependent on where it is and where we want to go. But we're more than happy to look at that process, to identify that process, and to try and figure out what the next step are. You pull in local government, you'd pull in Ministry of Agriculture, you'd all sit around the table and you agree on a way forward. Those conversations have happened. Some have happened with clubs, some have happened with individuals and NGOs, and they can happen with any club in here. We're happy to look at that and start the process. Not concern, but what I would want to see is the sustainability of those. If you're given land as a club, what's the sustainability of it? How are you going to continue running it? What is the plan to do that? Where are the funds coming from to do that? How can we help you create those plans? What support would you need? I'm sure the PSL knows very well that a lot of corporates are very nervous about coming in and supporting. I don't believe they're supporting how they used to. And we've seen that across sports. But we've seen that because of the lack of good governance, the lack of transparency. And I think if we can showcase that we're not just mom and pop shops, that we're actually developing ourselves as sports or as artists. It's something I tell the artists all the time. Professionalize yourself. You have to be able to talk about your return on investment, your KPIs. What does that mean? What is government, what am I going to get? Because I got to go ask Treasury and Finance. And while they can be the biggest supporters of soccer, if it doesn't make financial sense to them, I'm not getting a dime. And we also need to ensure that when we start these programs, it's done over 5 or 10 years. Because we do not have the financial capacity to build every club or give every club a piece of land tomorrow. It has to be done over time. These are the development stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. So if we can find an agreement to those kinds of opportunities and platforms, we will be very supportive of any of those ideas or plans that come to us.
Honourable Minister, just a couple of observations. First of all, it's very refreshing to have a Minister of Sport that's achieved in sport. We spoke earlier in the room about the importance of football putting the player first and building heroes from the base of the sport, which is the players at the center, not after administrators and after, but first. I just wanted to make that particular comment, and then also to share with you on the stadium issue that in South Africa we were very lucky by any means to have the World Cup in 2010. But what we learned very painfully from that process, which I'd like to share with the group and with yourself, is that we came out of 2010 World Cup, and we had soccer stadia and all the things that were supposed to have been left behind through the legacy of the World Cup. But we actually came out of that impoverished as football clubs, because as clubs ourselves, we didn't have lease agreements with those stadiums. So it tend to be rugby and other like private managers, even from abroad, that took the stadium management rights of all the major stadia. So we came out of a 2010 World Cup thinking we're going to have this fantastic legacy. We did get wonderful training grounds that were built, especially in the townships that are there now in terms of location. But 13 years on, they've been neglected. My own stadium, which was a World Cup legacy stadium, first of all, was a 30,000-seater when actually I needed an 8,000-seater. So, I've got this unwieldy elephant that costs me triple to run and open a stadium. Just for 5,000 or 6,000 people, I'm making a loss. I think what's very important for us as broadcaster, and where football is and where your ministry maybe coincide, and in the rest of the continent, because I'm working in 9 territories in Africa, so I'm not just coming here to say, oh, South Africa, Zimbabwe, copy us. I'm talking about West Africa with Ghana and Angola and Nigeria, East Africa with Ethiopia and Kenya and Uganda, and down here with Zambia, Zimbabwe and ourselves. So we've got quite a strong base on which to work. The most successful and only sustainable models that would allow us as a broadcaster to grow this league, to grow their commercial value proposition, is to make sure that there is at least one stadium that's quality enough that the league has some power over. Because we find that the councils and the municipalities take the stadiums. Then I had this situation, for example, in Nairobi, where we had the Nyayo Stadium. And the Nyayo Stadium was sponsoring, at that stage, the sponsors of the league was Tusker, the breweries. And then the municipality saw a beautiful ambush opportunity of selling the naming rights of Nyayo to Coca-Cola, so that all Tusker Premier League matches were taking place at the Coca-Cola Nyayo Stadium. So what happened after 4 months? Tusker cancelled their sponsorship of the Premier League. We had the Bell Super League in Uganda, and the municipality sold those naming rights. So Bell pulled out. So you have an undermining of football's rights, where football wants to uphold its rights, wants to guarantee the rights that they're giving to commercial partners, but actually isn't empowered to do so, because somewhere else lies the lease and lies the control. So I talk a lot in workshops like this about the clubs having clean stadia, because nobody's going to sponsor an event where somebody else has already got the corporate suites, the perimeter branding, the grandstand branding, the outer perimeter of the stadium, and then you're going to hold a different classification of event in there. So I think what's really important and to work on moving forward is to ensure that at least 1 or 2 stadiums, and where we've had successful leagues that are able to have double-header and triple-header matches, which enable us as a broadcaster to show 2 and 3 times more content, drive more commercial value, awareness of the players, advertising revenue, sponsors, perimeter board value around the stadium, and create real tangible value in Zimbabwe football. The league and the chairman of the league need to be empowered to a degree where they at least have autonomy in 1 or 2 stadiums, that even if clubs decided they were going to give up home ground advantage for certain television matches, that would enable us to make powwow pizzazz back into Zimbabwe football. But it can't be done without at least 2 suitable, safe, secure stadiums that we can build the product around. And I'm just tossing that out there to say that I know it's complicated when it comes to council funding and municipalities. I see it throughout Africa. But where the countries have been successful is where the sports council, which works between federation and municipality on the apportionment of resources, whether it's training fields or ultimately matches. And here we need to walk before we can crawl. I need 1 or 2 good stadiums that I can showcase the product. Then I can get around the limitations of other stuff. But without that anchor, I don't think that Zimbabwe football is going to be able to move forward. First of all, from the negativity of referees being injured, a crowd and pitch invasion. 3 or 4 speakers here this morning have spoken about real fear of taking their family to games. So what chance have we got of building what we saw at cricket yesterday with 10,000 people in football without that? So if there was scope to have some kind of working committee between yourself, the Football Association of Zimbabwe, and the Premier League, to drive that agenda of at least having safe, clean stadia rights in 2 stadia in the country, whether it's demographic or one's Harare and one's Bulawayo, wherever you see is fit for your product, that will change the commercial landscape and our capacity to help. What we want to do is help bring new money or latent, dormant money, which I can hear from you and which we spoke about. We spoke about with everyone this morning that corporate confidence needs that integrity to come back. So can you help with that?
Thanks. Yeah, I think we can help with that if it's done in a strategic manner. I think, too, that one of the things I know on the legacy of the World Cup in South Africa is you're sitting with I don't know how many numbers of stadium where nothing happens. And it's just huge white elephants. So I think we also need to wrap our head around is what is it that we actually need? You mentioned the cricket yesterday. Why is it that we can have cricket with 10,000 plus people, family, little kids, babies, all there happily, all screaming, shouting, cheering for Zimbabwe, but you put 10,000 soccer fans in a stadium and it's chaos? Again, it's the mindset. It's the same reason that I think we just need to, you use the word integrity. That is what we need to bring back in to the sport. You can have your rivalries. We totally get that. but it doesn't mean your team loses and you need to go beat the heck out of the person next to you who was. That's the mentality of our soccer fans at the moment. If we as Zimbabwe had lost in cricket yesterday, everyone would have been sad and upset, but they all would have just walked out of the stadium and walked home. They wouldn't have run onto the field and tried to beat each other. I don't understand that. I don't understand that mentality from soccer fans. I've been to soccer matches in the UK. I'm not saying this is a Zimbabwean thing. I've been to matches in the UK where it's worse than anywhere I've seen before between teams, and the rivalry and the language and the disrespect to each other. I'm not sure. I don't understand it. But I think that, again, is a step that is part of that foundational step of creating an environment in our communities when we're doing talent identification about the values that soccer brings to a community. What are the values of soccer? What are our values as soccer fans, as soccer lovers of Zimbabwe? And how are we instilling that into the younger generation? So that win or lose, when you go to a stadium, you're not going to have issues like that. My other question sort of back is the regulations by FIFA and even by CAF are very, very expensive for most countries, for most African countries. And I've had this conversation with a number of other African ministers to see what they're doing and how they're handling that. Some are somewhat irrelevant. To go and have their specific thing of lighting. Have you seen our ZESA problems? You want me to go and... But you want me to go and spend $2-3 million on lights that we're never going to use? And because we don't have those lights, you're not going to sanction us? When as Africa are we going to turn around to them and say, actually, we don't need that. It's unsustainable. And I'm not speaking as a minister anymore. I'm speaking as a sports administrator. I'm speaking from a position within the International Olympic Committee where we are being asked every single day, how are you making it more affordable to host an Olympic Games? How are you making it more affordable for us to build venues? I sit on... We have incredible sunshine. Do we need lights at that level? Can we work up to it? Can you give us a platform over the next few years, once we get ourselves into the green, to work up to it? And we've been told no. So at some point, as a soccer federation and as African soccer members, I do think we also need to come together to say, actually, my club only needs a 5,000 or 8,000 seater. I don't need money for a 50,000 seater that is not going to be sustainable and in 10 years is going to be crumbling and not doing anything. And I'm going to work extremely hard to ensure that these stadiums are up to spec every single year for the next 50 to 100 years. But those plans right now have never. We heard Chitungwiza. There was never any legacy plan for that. Nothing. Oh, the clubs will use it. Oh, okay. The clubs will use it. The Zimbabwean clubs will use it, where we have, at that time, 1,500 swimmers. Now we have about 400 national swimmers. You want them to pay for the upkeep? How? It doesn't make sense. So until we also change our strategies in what's important to us and we prioritize those strategies, we're not going to be able to have proper engagement with council or with ministry to showcase a productive way forward to achieve what we all want to achieve. I think we've had great conversations with PSL about what it looks like, and we've written support letters to councils, and I think at some point there'll need to be more pressure put onto councils because any of the council recreation facilities, swimming, soccer, netball, they're all in disarray. None of them are being used. No one's putting money into it. But whenever anyone goes to request to take it on privately, they're told no, or this is how much it's going to be. So most corporates or NGOs walk away and say, well, why must I pay you for that? So again, we need to, I feel that it comes back to holding each other accountable, making the right decisions, and shining light onto those that are being destructive, shining light onto those that are asking for bribes, shining light onto those that are not doing anything with the money they've been given to put back into the councils. They have been given money. Where's that money gone? The swimming pools that collect, go to a swimming pool, go to Les Brown on a weekend in third term. See how many people are there and ask how much money they make and where that money goes and if it goes back to the pools. Same thing for the soccer. Where does it go? We have to start holding each other accountable, otherwise we're going nowhere.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for gracing this occasion. We really appreciate your presence. And this opportunity is very rare to have all the football stakeholders in one room. My humble appeal is the Premier Soccer League has held it on. The guys who are in this room. I was appealing to, through your ministry, to government to at least maybe unveil a small grant to assist the Premier Soccer League teams, which can be shared, say, equally amongst the clubs as an appreciation that the government is in it, as an action area, whereby you can come up with as little as it is, would appreciate, because these guys, even they've kept the wheels of the Premier Soccer League or of football turning in this country. And while you are going through all those other processes, I think it would be something that would be appreciated by the clubs if the government could come up with a small package to cushion the teams, because they are going through very difficult times from the COVID period, but they have to hold on to make sure that football is being played. That's why we are all seated here, because there's football which is being played in this country. What I want to say is, football is being played, Honorable Minister, at even a very competitive level this year. If you look at our log, about 7 teams. Tomorrow morning, a team on 7th position can be on top of the log. So we really appreciate that the government treasury, they've got an interest and they've got a lot of support to our football. But if that financial assistance could be given to the teams, would appreciate a lot. However small, that gesture would be well received by your teams, which are all in this room. I know the issues of violence in football, Honorable Minister. I think they've been worse than what they are right now. I remember very well around 1996, long back, when Dynamos loses to Cape United, anything green around the country will be burnt down. And at the moment, I think the football leadership is trying very well to make sure that there's sanity in football, there's integrity. But you are a sports person. Issues of emotions, they'll always be there in football. We're trying to minimize. We know we cannot eradicate it 100%, but we are trying to minimize. That is my humble appeal to you, Honorable Minister, to look into that and assist those who are holding on, those who are in the game, with a small package which can be shared equally amongst the teams. I think they would appreciate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll take that on board. You can write
Okay, thank you so much.
Minister, I want to ask you a question from a sports person perspective. What we have is that I know you're keeping everything close to your chest about our suspension, and it worries us in the administration because, as you know, sport is about time, and the youngsters that are waiting to play at international level, the youngsters that are coming on from the youth, time is very, very important for them. So as soon as we lose that time, that youngster will be overage. You won't be able to be going to a certain improvement level or development level. So all that it takes is part of your guys' decision to come forward with that. So I'm from a sports person to a sports person. We want, please, can you, if you can, speed up that, because we need our national teams. We need our junior national teams participating. We need our senior national teams participating, both in World Cup and CAF level, because the time factor for players and anyone in sport, the degree is so slim for anyone to perform. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, my two comments. The decision was taken because I'm a sports person. And I was tired of seeing my fellow athletes being treated like dirt and fellow referees. That's first and foremost. And secondly, we have been suspended now for a year and a bit. And in that time, I don't really know what the soccer fraternity has done in terms of coming together and supporting the players. I think everyone can hear me, right? I speak really loud. Hello? So that one, from a ministry standpoint, has been a little bit disappointing, right? Because it's now, we'll just sit around and wait. We'll wait for ministry and government to step in again. We'll wait for ministry and government to fix the suspension, and then we'll prove that we're actually wanting to change. Instead of doing it now, no one's working towards fixing. How many are our national players playing aside from starting in July? And nothing's stopping the local leagues. Nothing has stopped it. Internationally, I understand. But what has the soccer fraternity done to prove that they're actually willing to change or wanting to change? When we got suspended, a few people in this room knew that was the way that it was going. Club leaders, members. And at that time, some of the people in this room supported that because they too wanted things to be cleaned up and done. But the feedback we're getting now is we're just going to sit and wait until it's fixed, then we'll come back to the table. It's not, let's continue pushing, let's continue cleaning up from within. So while I know that everyone is feeling the time and the pressure, I've already mentioned twice, be a little bit more patient. The conversations that are being had are extremely positive. Maybe some of you, when it is announced, will not think it's positive. I think it's positive because I believe that it will really either make us or break us. It is either going to make everyone stand up and change and clean up the sport that we love, or it's going to allow to the continuation of the corruption and the filth that is there.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. As a soccer fraternity, especially the PSL and other councillors from ZIFA, I think after the suspension, we made a lot of efforts in trying to have these things addressed by the EGM. I think you are well aware about it. So those are some of the efforts, and it did not just end there. A lot of conversation has been happening. Unfortunately, obviously, because of the FIFA statutes and so on, we have not got to where we are. But the most difficult part that the chairman has spoken about is the expense of running the leagues, which is actually running any other club. It's very expensive. And also to the youngsters that Charlie Jones has been just talking about, it's one of those most difficult parts. So we are in support of the sport as administrators. We are in support of the youngsters that we need to grow up in terms of how we want them to fulfill their talents. So in terms of that, we are actually at very much pain to have that. My other contribution, Minister, would have been coming back to the issue of the stadiums and so on that you have extensively discussed. We are out there in Gezi, where we have built a stadium which is still in the developmental stages. But the difficulties that you find in local authorities, which we also believe is part of government, is so difficult that after just development of just the playing pitch, the stadiums, now we want to develop the training pitches. The monies and even the stages that you just have to go through are so difficult that it even discourages your principals, discourages other corporate institutions to actually even come in and assist. Just get a piece of land to do a club village. You'll be told of a price per square meter that is more than the price of square meter in Borodale out there in Gezi. And then you get yourself to surprise to then say, is it really worth this investment besides just the passion and the zeal of wanting that community to have that? So these are some of the things that I think it needs at government level policy positions that needs to be changed to actually make sure that those willing and those with capacity to do that are enabled. They are not incapacitated or disabled because of the greed of some of these people in leadership of local governments that might not have the same vision that we have got in sport. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the comments. And I know that with the EGM that was done, it was much appreciated. I hope that there's background work on the constitution and constitutions of clubs, etc., because that, I hope, is still continuing. In terms of the last comment made with the councils, that is where I think the media play a huge role. There's no way, as you just mentioned, that a square meter should cost more than it does in Borodale. That means someone's looking for a bribe and corruption. Go to the media, give the media that councillor's name, tell them what they've done, and expose them. That is the accountability that I'm talking about. That is the accountability we all need to be strong enough and brave enough to do. And if you're not willing to do that, then you can't come and cry on my shoulder because you're not brave enough to turn around and say, that's a load of rubbish, legally that is not right, and we are going to challenge you. And we are going to do that with the help of our media who love soccer, who are going to stand by us and let everyone know what you are doing and how you are holding us ransom. We're too quiet. We're trying to be everyone's friend. You cannot be everyone's friend. That was, and I will share this with you, that was the hardest thing I learned stepping into this role. Because I went from being the beloved Golden Girl swimmer to, oh, we hate you, you suck, and everyone has an opinion about everything. Someone said to me, Kirsty, if everyone likes you, you are not doing your job. If everyone is happy with you, you are not doing your job. You will not make everyone happy. Choose to do the right thing based off of the facts that you have from the people around you. Choose to do the right thing. And if there are people out there that are screaming and shouting and telling you you're useless, you've done something right. So we have to be brave enough to stand up to that because it is ransom. It's not right. It's not right ethically to do that. But we don't know about that because no one's talking about it. If as clubs that is what you are being told, go up, find someone in the media and expose it. Because until you do, no one else is going to come in and help you find whatever land or proposals that you may need. Don't turn around and say to them, I can't afford that, but I'll give you X. right? Turn around and walk out that office and say, thank you, I'll be back. And you go back with the media and the TV crew and you tell them, ask them what they want to charge and how that's ethically and legally correct. So be brave enough. Please, we have to be brave enough. We have to be brave enough to do what is right for the development of this sport. And if we do that, there will be more money that comes in for teams. There will be more money that comes up for players. More corporates will come back because they see the integrity. They see that the leaders of soccer are actually wanting to make the game better, and everyone around the table prospers and gets more of everything, more funding, more buildings, more fans, more players, more access. But if we don't, if we're going to sit back and just say, oh, well, no, I'm not going to do that. If someone is trying to corrupt and bribe, turn around, walk out and expose it. Because it's been too long that we've just accepted whatever the councils are telling us, and we're not standing up against it to say, no, you're wrong, that's unfair, and these are the reasons why. Now answer to the nation. Because the nation will get behind you. You're telling me that the nation isn't going to be extremely angry if you go and tell them this is what I was told. We're a football-loving country. Of course they are. You guys have so much power. Use it. Use it for the development of your sport. Use it for the development of your players. Use it to the benefit your clubs. I know we're running out of time. I'm going to take one last question from the lady because I haven't had any ladies, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you very much, Minister. As an administrator, one of the biggest things that we have a challenge with is just acquiring equipment. Other than the stadia, we've recently bought a bus as Ngezi Platinum Stars, but we really had to pay an arm and a leg in duty. And I know that national associations have concessions, but I really think this is important for us as clubs to get concessions as clubs for not just the big things like the buses, but things like kit, equipment for us to just function, because the savings are not just in terms of like the concessions that you can give us as government, but you can save us by just giving us concessions for duties for some of the things that we need on a day-to-day basis.
No, I appreciate that comment. Thank you. What we've done is we've sat down as a ministry and we've worked with the SRC and the national federations to give us an updated list of everything soccer. Everything hockey, everything golf, including equipment, but not just including equipment, everything, shoes, timing, time clock, everything. Because what Zimra have at the moment is very outdated. And when they see a sports request coming from the ministry, there's not a full understanding. So we've got this list together. I'm happy if you all want to add through the PSL. I think what you can do is just streamline if there's any things off the top of your head that you think we may be missing, and add it to our list, and they can shoot that through to the Sport and Recreation Commission, because we're compiling a list. What we're then doing is going to hold a workshop with Zimra and the Ministry of Finance and Treasury to sit down and adjust all those things, because right now under sports, the same as in arts, it's very basic. It's like soccer balls. That's about it. There's nothing really else. So when requests come to them, there's no full understanding of what it's going to be used for, why it was donated, why it was bought, the benefit that it's going to add to the community. We're trying to do that now, so we're in the process. And it might take just a little bit of extra time because we're now looking at if there has to be a sort of a piece of legislation or updated. We're updating the Sport and Recreation Commission constitution at the moment. It's with the Attorney General's office. We're trying to figure out if the equipment and everything would come under that, or if it would come maybe just under Zimra or an SI. So we're looking at the legalities of it and what that looks like, and the documentation that a club or even an NGO that's doing stuff in sport and communities, what paperwork and things they would need to have in order to justify what they're requesting. So we're looking at the legal process now but it is being done. The list has been updated, and we're continually having workshops. And we have had a workshop with councillors to explain how we as ministry can link clubs, etc. We haven't had much uptake from it, so we'll try and engage again with all of the councillors, and I think that workshop we'll look at doing only after elections when there could potentially be new council members, etc., etc. But we have done one in the past. There was a lot of good, I attended it, there was a lot of good feelings in the room. Councillors thought it was, a really good idea for them to work with SRC to identify the different sports fraternities in each of the councils. But then there was just no follow-up, and things kind of went silent. So we'll continue pursuing that, because I know soccer is not the only federation that requests time and positive responses from council, and we'll try and figure out more and more ways to engage. If any of you have any ideas, please come and share them with me. I'm more than happy to bat those ideas around and figure out how we actually get councils on board and can make it a win-win situation for everyone, because we're only going to be able to do this together. And we do have stadias in our different councils, in our different communities, that are sitting idle and actually would not take that much money to get back up and running versus building an entire new one, right? So I always want to look at and say, how can we, if we're going to continue bulldozing up against a wall, then it's time for plan B. Let's go look at land and figure out how we do it ourselves and cut them out. But first and foremost, I think we should try and reinvigorate those that are already there in partnership with local governments, city councils, rural district councils, and ourselves as federations. Thank you all very much for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you again to the PSL, to ZTN, and to Supersport. We're really looking forward to the partnership beginning and starting, and the continued development partners that we have. Thank you all. Have a good lunch.
You had a lot of questions that you wanted to ask, but in the interest of time, we had to cut it short. So what we're going to do now, we are going for lunch. And unfortunately, our time, again, we are just going to do this in about 30 minutes' time. So lunch is served downstairs. So I'm going to ask the minister, Stan and Tando to lead the way. Then we can all follow. Thank you very much.
world's most beautiful game. And we do that in depth. And today our topic is...
Following the story.
What is happening on Zimbabwe's roads? How did we get here? Through red robots. Basically break every road rule under the sun.
So inini ndakadhakwa nembanje dzangu ndikaenda kuchipatara ndaunorapwa ka handibatsiri asi ndikazvishaya tega aiwa.
Deeper analysis.
So, are you ready and prepared if violence rears up?
Jacob Mafume's party has taken hostage of them.
The videos are there.
Do not be drawn into the debate of discussing issues that are subjects. He said when he grows up, he would like to be like me.
Just to put you in there.
Good evening and welcome to the program. Just to break the ice, what is ZINEF's mandate?
To promote media freedom.
And money matters.
Coming up, Tanganda Limited is set to bring online a macadamia processing plant.
Now, Zimbabwe Stock Exchange listed company Seedco Limited has resolved to suspend indefinitely its proposal.
Every week on ZTN Prime.
Makadi Zimbabwe Stella mlito Peter Mwenu Takata Express no koma nchini mwana Nzambe mwana Bela mwana Pikoko te wapo mwaranda shiri koko mo paumo konzi right mele Zimbabwe ndakuzisa kuti ZTN Prime yakuwanikwa pa channel 294 pa DSTV. Thank you so much. Peace out.
Whether suspects will escape the net, that is the question. Wasting no time, I fastened my seatbelt and headed to where it all happened. It's also alleged that he got a kitchen knife and sack at his mother's home and went back to slice the corpse into pieces. 3 tiny sets of prints were visible. In manufacturing, group chief executives in the upper quartile are earning $7,200 or the Zimbabwe dollar equivalent. They also get to drive an SUV and a Mercedes-Benz of their choice. In just 3 weeks, the prices of goods and services have jumped 3-fold, and citizens are asking questions.
Diplomatic Passport every Sunday at 7 p.m.
DJ on the move is for all board. Baba mwisechi mdana. Live pa ZTN Prime TV evanu. Padagu inonaka evanu. Matirina tangira kutoka. Dude, pa ZTN nas tokuridire song ipi mimi.
Mambo tuterere. Matinotangira kutsoka. Tine manyowa.
Shakata. Yes.
Bolato.
Kwa bolato makainzwa kupi koko.
Nemi.
Golf pane nubu boys dangu. Ayo amba one.
It is a real puzzle how crystal meth has made its way into communities and continues to ravage the youth. This is where it all begins.
Oh, finish.
Is enough focus being put on mental health?
I feel
like I've got a word for somebody. Life, just as we all know it, is full
of emotions. Hakuna kana game one, where in 90 minutes you can be able to fully express yourself like football.
Chance, and it's a goal! Nice! Oh, I was spectacular.
If our favorite player scores, hi, boy, congratulations! But if they miss, if the referee makes a very bad decision, we are so disheartened. If our team loses, I could go on and on and on and on. But simply put, football is 90 minutes of pure emotion.
Let your emotions run wild with the Castle Lager Premier Soccer League. Bora Redu, live on ZTN Prime.
Welcome to Chew On, the show that links people, food and culture whilst giving you a diverse culinary experience.
Pure ingredients, wholesome, vibrant and earthy dishes. When you get all the elements together, it all sings. That's what Zimbabwean food is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chew On.
My sister, she needs me. She's still out there.
I followed your friend from work yesterday.
You did what?
Have you ever seen a dead body?
What?
Kay had to put it in the trunk.
Kari, you don't know who these people are.
It feels organized, too connected. It's like a syndicate. There's no evidence, no body, nothing.
Farai, you need to pick your fights wisely.
Stop! Get on the ground now! But you can't tell anyone because Kay will probably come for you.
Sounds like everything that I said, I meant it. A lot of things happened. I've been appreciated by the people, but I've also been taught by the people. There's the art and there's the artist. Welcome to the reality. Welcome to Mukudei's Summer's life. And it starts now.
Hello and welcome to The Mint. I'm Andy Hodges. This is ZTN Prime broadcasting to you.
So when COVID came,
Welcome back. You're watching The Mint live on ZTN Prime. I'm Eben Mabunda.
Wake up, sit up, and get ready to feel the rush of everyday break on Morning Rush. 6 a.m. weekdays on ZTN Prime. Get the latest news, what's trending on the streets and on social media. Quick explore of some sporting buzz, weather report, traffic updates, and of course, a hot cup of entertainment and some fun. Now, that's how you start your day. Each day, every day, with a rush, only on Morning Rush.
yeunomkana manje wona zvivhitivhiti muri muzimbabwe tine ZTN paDS channel 294 ZTN yakubatika ipapo saka manake ekuti munongochiona chete pa294 paDS makutoona ZTN iripo pata pamakutoona paprograms ese avanotepfenyura evaimbi venyu nemaprograms akatisiyana akati wandei zvapo ipapo wamuona nyore muzwa nyore mufamba nyore uchitarisa uchi paZTN channel 294 paDS.
Welcome to it. If you're just joining us, are you still tuned into the weekend setup? And you know what happens here? We give you nothing but the hottest stuff.
Tell me more.
Welcome to the comment section. That is heavy responsibility.
In Zimbabwe.
Right now, it's happening, yeah.
Whether you are a kid or an old man, football gives you an equal opportunity to live the dream. This beautiful game lets us dream and live that dream in someone else's shoes. And dreams are what keeps us alive. Keep dreaming with the Casolaga Premier Soccer League. Bora Redu, March to December, live on ZTN Prime.
My father used to say that the poorest man is not one without money, but the one without friends, which is why I couldn't trust him with ensuring that all my friends were there on my wedding day.
Consider it done, son.
Dad, this is not everyone on my list.
I invited all those people on your list. I didn't call it a wedding. I told them that you were in serious need of their help and that we would gather here today to see how we can help you. And these are the people that showed up. Now go on and celebrate with your true friends.
The taste of true friendship. It all comes together with a castle.
Buckle up and prepare to be taken on a riveting journey, unlocking the very best of Zimbabwe. Architecture and interior design, art and entertainment, people, products, produce, the great outdoors, hidden gems, and so much more. Experience the good life from the comfort of your home. Only on C'est La Vie. Mondays at 6:30 p.m. on ZTN Prime, DSTV channel 294.
The world's most beautiful game, and we do that in depth. And today our topic is
Following the story.
What is happening on Zimbabwe's roads? How did we get here? With two red robots, basically break every road rule under the sun.
izvi so inini ndakadhakwa nembanje dzangu ndikaenda kuchipatara ndaunorapa kana handibatsiri
asi ndingazvishaya tetega aiwa.
Deeper analysis.
So, are you ready and prepared if violence rears up?
Jacob Mafume's party has taken hostage of them.
The videos are there.
Do not be drawn into the debate of discussing issues that are subjects. He said when he grows up, he would like to be like me.
Just to put you in there.
Good evening and welcome to the program.
Just to break the ice, what is ZINEF's mandate?
To promote media freedom.
And money matters.
Coming up, Tanganda Limited is set to bring online a macadamia processing plant.
Now, Zimbabwe Stock Exchange listed company Seedco Limited has resolved to suspend indefinitely its proposal.
Every week on ZTN Prime.
Makadimu reZimbabwe stara mlito wapita mwenu utakata express na kuma mchini mwana nzambe mwana bela mwana pikoko te wapu mwaranda shiri koko mupaumo konzi right mwere Zimbabwe dagu zisa ikuti ZTN Prime yakuwa nikwa pa channel 294 pa DSTV. Thank you so much. Peace out.
Whether suspects will escape the net, that is the question. Wasting no time, I fastened my seatbelt and headed to where it all happened. It's also alleged that he got a kitchen knife and sack at his mother's home and went back to slice the corpse into pieces. 3 tiny sets of prints were visible. In manufacturing, group chief executives in the upper quartile are earning $7,200 or the Zimbabwe dollar equivalent. They also get to drive an SUV and a Mercedes-Benz of their choice. In just 3 weeks, the prices of goods and services have jumped 3-fold, and citizens are asking questions.
Diplomatic Passport every Sunday at 7 p.m.
DJ on the move is for all board. Baba, live at ZTN Prime TV evanu. Padagu inonaka evanu. Matirina tangira kutoka. Luzeri pa ZTN naso tokuridira song ipi mimi.
Mambo ticherere. Matinotangira kutsoka. Tine manyowa.
Shakata. Yes.
Bolato.
Kwa bolato makainzwa kupi ko.
Nemi.
Go pane nubu boys dangu. Ayo hamba one.
The world's most beautiful game, and we do that in depth. And today our topic is
My father used to say that the poorest man is not one without money, but the one without friends, which is why I couldn't trust him with ensuring that all my friends were there on my wedding day.
Consider it done, son.
Dad, this is not everyone on my list.
I invited all those people on your list. I didn't call it a wedding. I told them that you were in serious need of their help and that we would gather here today to see how we can help you. And these are the people that showed up. Now go on and celebrate with your true friends.
The taste of true friendship. It all comes together with a castle.
Welcome to Chew On, the show that links people, food and culture whilst giving you a diverse culinary experience.
pure ingredients, wholesome, vibrant, and earthy dishes. When you get all the elements together, it all sings. That's what Zimbabwean food is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chew On.
Wake up, sit up, and get ready to feel the rush of everyday break on Morning Rush. 6 a.m. weekdays on ZTN Prime. Get the latest news, what's trending on the streets and on social media. Quick explore of some sporting buzz, weather report, traffic updates, and of course, a hot cup of entertainment and some fun. Now, that's how you start your day. Each day, every day, with a rush, only on Morning Rush.
My sister, she needs me. She's still out there.
I followed your friend from work yesterday.
You did what?
Have you ever seen a dead body?
What?
Kay had to put it in the trunk.
Kari, you don't know who these people are.
It feels organized, too connected. It's like a syndicate. There's no evidence, no body, nothing.
Farai, you need to pick your fights wisely.
Hey, stop! Get on the ground now! But you can't tell anyone because Kay will probably come for you.
Hello and welcome to The Mint. I'm Andy Hodges. This is ZTN Prime broadcasting to you.
So when COVID came...
Welcome back. You're watching The Mint live on ZTN Prime. I'm Eben Mabunda.
Right. Unomkana manje wona uziviti muri muZimbabwe hle ZTN DS channel 294 ZTN yakubatika ipapo saka manake ekuti munongochuna chete pa 294 pa DS makutoona chi ZTN ipapo ta pamakutoona chi maprograms ese avanozopfenyura evaimbi venyu nemaprograms akasiyana akati one day zvapo ipapo muona nyore muzwa nyore mufamba nyore uchitariswa chi paZTN channel 294 pa DS.
Welcome to it. If you're just joining us, are you still tuned into the weekend setup? And you know what happens here? We give you nothing but the hottest stuff.
Tell me more.
Welcome to the comment section.
That is heavy responsibility.
Song in Zimbabwe.
Right now, it's happening, yeah.
I feel like I've got a word for somebody. Life, just as we all know it, is full of emotions. Hakuna kana game one, where in 90 minutes you can be able to fully express yourself like football.
Chance, and it's a goal! Nice! Oh, I was spectacular.
If our favorite player scores, hi, bro, congratulations! But if they miss, if the referee makes a very bad decision, we are so disheartened. If our team loses, I could go on and on and on and on. But simply put, football is 90 minutes of pure emotion.
Let your emotions run wild with the Castle Lager Premier Soccer League. Bora Redu, live on ZTN Prime.
Buckle up and prepare to be taken on a riveting journey, unlocking the very best of Zimbabwe. Architecture and interior design, art and entertainment, people, products, produce, the great outdoors, hidden gems, and so much more. Experience the good life from the comfort of your home. Only on C'est La Vie, Mondays at 6:30 p.m. on ZTN Prime, DSTV channel 294.
Following the story.
What is happening on Zimbabwe's roads? How did we get here? Through red robots. Basically break every road rule under the sun.
So nini ndakadhakwa nembanje dzangu ndikaenda kuchipatara ndaunorapwa ka handibatsiri asi ndikazvishaya tega aiwa.
Deeper analysis.
So, are you ready and prepared if violence rears up?
Jacob Mafume's party has taken hostage of him.
The videos are there.
Do not be drawn into the debate of discussing issues that are subjective. He said when he grows up, he would like to be like me.
Oh. Just to put you in there.
Good evening and welcome to the program. Just to break the ice, what is ZINEF's mandate?
To promote media freedom.
And money matters.
Coming up, Tanganda Limited is set to bring online a macadamia processing plant.
Now, Zimbabwe Stock Exchange listed company Seedco Limited has resolved to suspend indefinitely its proposal.
Every week on ZTN Prime.
It is a real puzzle how crystal meth has made its way into communities and continues to ravage the youth. This is where it all begins. Is enough focus being put on mental health?
Makadi muri Zimbabwe stara mlito opita mwino utakata express no koma ncheno mwana nzambe mwana bela mwana pikoko te wapo mwaranda shiri koko mo paumo konzi right muri Zimbabwe ndakuzivisa kuti ZTN Prime yakuwanikwa pa channel 294 pa DSTV. Thank you so much. Peace out.
Everything that I said, I meant it.
A lot of things happened. I've been appreciated by the people, but I've also been taught by the people. There's the art and there's the artist. Welcome to the reality. Welcome to Mukudej's time of life. And it starts now. Whether suspects will escape the net, that is the question. Wasting no time, I fastened my seatbelt and headed to where it all happened. It's also alleged that he got a kitchen knife and sack at his mother's home and went back to slice the corpse into pieces. 3 tiny sets of prints were visible. In manufacturing, group chief executives in the upper quartile are earning $7,200 or the Zimbabwe dollar equivalent. They also get to drive an SUV and a Mercedes-Benz of their choice. In just 3 weeks, the prices of goods and services have jumped 3-fold, and citizens are asking questions.
Diplomatic Passport every Sunday at 7 p.m.
DJ on the move is for all board.
Everything that I said, I meant it. A lot of things happened. I've been appreciated by the people, but I've also been taught by the people. There's the art and there's the artist. Welcome to the reality. Welcome to Mukudej's time of life. And it starts now. Whether suspects will escape the net, that is the question. Wasting no time, I fastened my seatbelt and headed to where it all happened. It's also alleged that he got a kitchen knife and sack at his mother's home and went back to slice the corpse into pieces. 3 tiny sets of prints were visible. In manufacturing, group chief executives in the upper quartile are earning $7,200 or the Zimbabwe dollar equivalent. They also get to drive an SUV and a Mercedes-Benz of their choice. In just 3 weeks, the prices of goods and services have jumped 3-fold, and citizens are asking questions.
Diplomatic Passport every Sunday at 7 p.m.
DJ on the move is for all board. Live pa ZTN Prime pa TV evanu. Padagu inonaka evanu. Matilina tangira kutoka. Zeri pa ZTN naso tokuridira song ipi mimi.
Mambo titerere. Matinotangira kutsoka.
Tine manyowa. Shakata.
Yes.
Bolato. Kwa bolato makaimba kupi ko.
Neni.
Kaufane nubu boys dangu. Ayo amba one.
Whether you are a kid or an old man, football gives you an equal opportunity to live the dream. This beautiful game lets us dream and live that dream in someone else's shoes. And dreams are what keeps us alive. Keep dreaming with the Castle Lager Premier Soccer League. Bora Redu. March to December, live on ZTN Prime.
Let's discuss this topic here. The world's most beautiful game, and we do that in depth. And today our topic is